A seed forged from the echoes of falsehoods and lies. The law bends and breaks as the ruler decides. No throne yet he'd reign with a scepter and pin. The people subject to the will of one man. 'Cause nowhere is safe in this world of change. Consent is manufactured through bigotry and rage. So billionaires and fascists can rule without a fight, but their will can be broken if the people unite. An empire built on the backs of the poor. Centuries of suffering as the profit margin soar. Through violent submission and million-dollar bribes, our government sold out to private enterprise. 'Cause nowhere is safe in this world of change. Consent is manufactured through bigotry and rage. So billionaires and fascists can rule without a fight, but their will can be broken if the people unite. Through Christo-fascist fantasies of race and purity, they condition the people to scorn humanity. We abandon Ukraine to the Russian advance, while we arm the Israelis as they burn the Levant. 'Cause nowhere is safe in this world of change. Consent is manufactured through bigotry and rage. So billionaires and fascists can rule without a fight, but their will can be broken if the people unite. We need more than hope, we need people to rise. No more denial or political lies. In the wreckage and ruin, the truth starts to show. Our choices have led us to this world of woe. 'Cause nowhere is safe in this world of change. Consent is manufactured through bigotry and rage. So billionaires and fascists can rule without a fight, but their will can be broken if the people unite. But their will can be broken if the people unite. When the people's will is swayed by a con man's cheap charade, despite the crass misogyny and blatant hypocrisy, when the fascist voices swell, we hear echoes of the past. They vilify the immigrants, the leftists and outcasts. When the opposition croaks and the people just don't vote for the same old tired rhetoric of neoliberal politics, we must organize the fight for our universal rights, for democracy and empathy to permeate this life. For it's not the immigrant who labors for some bread, who's making us toil till we drop dead. No, it's not minorities or peer-reviewed authorities, or queer folks and trans folks, or a multitude of deities. I say, all are your comrades and none are your enemies, and the momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused, owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. Rise, proletariat, and make them cower.
watching streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being inflating more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the song, it's from Viva Bojack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Valeriana Damocles Marcellus, keeping me on my toes with the usernames. Hello, Alan Eris Dresner. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, Rob Adler. Hello, Selena Mary. Hello, Toby Floof. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Go Away 1999. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, CF3300. Hello, Bastion. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Salmon Moose.
How can we all have died at the same time?
I'm very cozy, Mr. Miyagi. This is one of my comfiest sweaters, and I'm really sad that E3 is gone for a number of personal sentimental reasons, but also they gave away really good sweatshirts. You know, like their sweatshirts were just cozy. Good stuff. Hello, Black Rose PCS. Hello, Electra. Hello, Eddie666. Hello, Firecrafted. Or shall I say, Firecrafted Gaming. Hello, Ulersoth. Hello, Twin Tails. Hello, Jess. I also miss E3. There's just, you know, it's I know it's nostalgia on my part. It's just, you know, I grew up reading about it and getting real excited for it, but you know, the times they are changing. Hello, Mountain Eucalyptus. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebee. Hello, Super Jet Guy. How we doing, folks? Hello, Veneroso. Hello, Robber Adset. And yes, video games. Everything is on fire, but it's just a video game. Yeah. Could use a good gaming stream tonight. Yeah, one of the things I've picked up from you guys is that in some cases the streams have gotten too stressful. So in the interest of kind of varying content and not just, you know, creating and instilling in all of you this Pavlovian response like I'm giving you pain, maybe something else. You're trying to make a remix of Bernie's reply vid? Oh, that's cool as hell, Firecrafted. Can't wait to see it. What are you gonna play tonight? I was thinking either I would continue playing through the Forgotten City or make some progress in Avowed. See what the deal is in that Vimeo game. Datura, dude!
0.
With the $30 dono right off the bat. Thank you so goddamn much. Perhaps we can work some call-ins into chill gaming streams. Maybe. I'll see what I can do. No promises today. Mostly because I'm not sure if either of those games are suited for call-ins while gaming, since they're more they seem to be more narratively driven. If it's like a more of a mindless game like Hero Factory, I could do call-ins, but you know, maybe we'll play maybe we'll play one of those Forgotten City or Avowed, and then we'll take a break and I'll play some Hero Factory and we'll do some call-ins. That could be fun. Yeah, Super Jet Guy, Paladin Lost, if he's in here, will call in to talk about a number of things that he has some expertise in. Yeah, Forgotten City is pretty fun. Play some Keep Driving. Ooh, Keep Driving would be fun. I want to finish one of the 2 games that we've already started, though. Maybe we can do more Peepo's Court. I think Peepo's Court has to be more of like a special thing that you would unlock during like a subathon or something. Um, similarly to like Jubilee. Like I know a lot of people are gonna want me to cover the Sam Cedar Jubilee video that's coming out on Sunday. Um, and we'll probably do like some kind of subathon just for like, hey, things we can do during an upcoming stream. Um, because we can do Jubilee segments and we can do Peepo's Court and we can do stuff like Kitchen Nightmares, but we can only really do it on Twitch. We can't really do it on YouTube because YouTube will get real DMCA happy about it. Does that make sense? Yeah. One of these days you'll get checked to hunt some monsters. I want to do it. I want to play so many games. Oh, I've just been like working all day and I I'm getting close to burnout. Running this stream in the background while I finish my the Hopium stream. Hell yeah. Yeah, Mercury, one of the downsides of that Gavin Newsom segment, you might need to go and watch the VOD on Twitch to watch the whole thing, because after I uploaded after the stream yesterday, a lot of the Gavin Newsom had like different parts of it DMCA'd, and it blocked the entire VOD on YouTube from like being seen. So I had to cut a bunch of the Gavin Newsom stuff out of that VOD on YouTube, but the entire VOD is still intact over on Twitch. Just as an FYI, if anyone's interested in that. Hello, Cannabobrex. Yeah, I hope it didn't and hopefully when I upload the segment of the Gavin Newsom thing, I'll be able to get it into one video without DMCA fucking up my life. Because I think that by the end of it, me like correctly identifying that Gavin Newsom was probably one of these Democratic lawmakers at this third way retreat. I think that's a pretty safe bet. I think that's a pretty safe bet. Every single goddamn talking point in that podcast he did with Charlie Kirk was straight out of that third way retreat document that got released. It was disgusting. I think it was him trying to test the waters with that. Also, too true, Ashley. Thank you very much. Folks, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream. You know what we might do at the beginning? I might play some Hero Factory while we go over what Indivisible's been up to. I think that could be a useful... I think that could be a good way of using our time while I also get to game and kind of unwind a little bit, and we get to, like, hear what Indivisible's been up to, what they want to do, what kind of the state of play in terms of organizing is in a broad sense. You know? CF, who knows? What about some public defender? I think we'll have like a special like public domain night. I think that could be really fun. I liked the idea of folks voting on like Public Defender or Tales of Tomorrow, or like insert some other public domain television show episode. Judgment Free Zone, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Howdy, Failsafe. But I like where your head's at, Jess. It's been too long. I'm not sure if I will stream tomorrow or Sunday, but if I do, I don't think I will Sunday, but I might tomorrow night. If we do, we'll do some like public defender, maybe. Some public domain. Hello, Kraken Pill. Whew. All right.
Welcome to What's the
Oh God.
Hey everybody, it's Ezra.
Okay. Let's do this longer form video first, and then we'll wrap up with kind of like the quick hit points. And I'll launch some Shape Hero Factory. And you're right, Salmon Moose, I do like that game a lot. I've almost maxed out both the characters. And we're gonna make this small. Not quite that small. Gonna make the subtitles bigger. This might be big enough. We'll go with 400. Why not? Okay. Wait, there's more characters. I've only gotten 2 in Shape Hero Factory. Like the main summoner and like the elf summoner. Whew.
We'll get started in just a sec. If you're coming in from anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world, please let us know. We're gonna let people join and then talk about everything that's going on and what we can do about it. Lori Brandon, you win. You were the first to post. Carbondale, Colorado. You got Virginia. Oh, Warrenton, Virginia. Lovely, lovely place.
Oh, wow.
We've been out there. Los Angeles, Putnam Valley, New York, Seattle, Riverside, Ann Arbor. This is the part of the conversation, if you've been here before, where where you're like, yes, we recognize this. There's a movement nationwide. And if you're brand new here, hopefully this is the part where you say, oh my gosh, folks are organizing everywhere. They're in blue states and red states and purple states and rural areas and suburban areas and urban areas. You're represented by Republicans and Democrats and independents. This is nationwide. We are all organizing.
These guys
to
are
do
doing
this.
such good
Everybody
work.
who's on this call, you've seen what's going on in this world, and instead of saying, well, I guess I'm going to check out, you've raised your hand, and at the very least you said, I'm going to join this call that I've heard about. And so thank you for being here. We're going to try to make this worth your time.
And I do really, really want to emphasize, working with Indivisible is worth your time. They've got their finger on the current organizing pulse. They're one of the few orgs that is effectively tapping into this widespread outrage, and like it's frankly shocking how yeah, exactly, Dragonfly. It's so impressive what they've done in like the span of like a month and a half. Like it's crazy. They are wildly good at this.
Got about 3,000 people on so far and growing.
3,000 and growing. Great to see you all. A lot of good work to be done. There's stuff for you regardless of where you are. We need your help right now. So thank you for joining. We got Austin here. Love to see Austin.
What's the game? Shape Hero
hometown.
Factory.
Rhode Island.
Missouri, Illinois, Pennsylvania, all over the place.
We're going to give folks just another 30 seconds. I know I was posting a Blue Sky earlier today. We heard rumors. We've been hearing rumors for about a month that there was going to be an executive order to shut down the Department of Education, and then we heard additional rumors yesterday. There was reporting that it was going to come out today, and then they said, "Well, not today. It's not going to happen today." So we will see, but live to fight another day. I think we've seen this trend where they float particularly egregious ideas, they get pushed back, and then they hold back a little bit. Because they don't like that criticism. I take that as a good sign. We got to celebrate the partial victories when we can them. We'll give people another 30 seconds to join, but then we're going to get into it. We have a ton of questions to get into. Yes, indeed we do. Leah, should we get started?
No, let's go for it.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Welcome. It is great to be here with you on this Thursday, 3 p.m. What's the Plan call. I'm Ezra, and
I'm Leah.
this is Leah. We are the co-founders, co-executive directors of Indivisible. We are married, which is why we're sitting so closely together. In case you're like, those co-founders are sitting quite close together. That is odd. It's totally normal. You are reaching us in our very messy room in this little nook, but you can't see that. All you can see is our beautiful background through the magic of technology. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If this is your first time, we need you here. Thank you for being here. There is work for you to do. Hopefully you come out of this not just with some interesting information, but some idea of how you can actually do something where you are. We are a very action-oriented group at our heart. You're going to see me throughout this kind of bending over and trying to scroll through the questions that are coming in and tee them up. Leah is going to take the lead on answering a whole bunch of them.
Is Indivisible gonna partner with 5051? I have to be completely honest with you guys. I have no idea who runs 5051. If you've noticed me not pushing it all that much, that's why. I don't know who is doing stuff there. You know? So I don't know what their deal is. So it's impossible for me to say if anyone is going to work with them. Not sure if they know if anyone's going to work with them, you know?
But the point of this, the reason why we all gather here is because we're organizing wherever we are.
Yeah, and to be clear, I'm not saying it's bad. They're just a very unknown quantity, and I don't know how to responsibly talk about their protests. I haven't seen anything bad about them yet, but the lack of information makes me have some wariness. Does that make sense?
Using the leverage we've got to take on this ridiculous clown show of an administration and Congress. We fight where we can with what we've got. We are building power, and we're applying that power to push back against this heinous agenda, this Project 2025 agenda being foisted upon us by Elon Musk and Donald Trump and these cowards of a Republican Party that are supporting them and getting it done.
Hello,
we're helping
Alan
Democrats
Smith.
find their spines to fight back, and we're helping to fracture the Republican coalition so we're able to limit their harm and start to regain some power at the national level. That's what we're doing here. Leah, do you want to cover some of the logistics of the call?
Yeah, and I understand that like 5051 presents itself as a grassroots movement. It's just that usually even within a grassroots movement, there is some I don't know, it has more of an origin, you know? There are some figures that arise to like kind of be spokespeople for it.
Absolutely. All right. So this, y'all, if you've been here before, you know the drill. This is going to be a quick monologue from Ezra, and then we are going to do mostly Q&A, some live and some submitted. We are going to test out a cool new feature that Ezra's going to walk us through in just a minute on that front. This is going to be recorded. It'll be sent out to everyone who registered. We will post links in the chat. If you are not able to get all of the links while you are here, don't worry. They will come back out within the email that we send after the call. We are going to keep these up as long as folks find them useful, considering that more people are joining every week. It seems like people find them useful, so we're just going to keep doing them for now. And then just a general community note. This is a really hard time. We're all facing enormously scary and stressful and painful and sometimes very, very personal circumstances as this administration attacks everything that we care about. hard times can sometimes cause us to turn on each other and to get into fights in the comments. I am asking everyone here, please do your part to keep the chat box constructive. We are a diverse nationwide movement. We treat each other with respect, especially when we disagree or we are frustrated or scared. That is foundational to our ability to organize together. So let's hold each other up.
That's right. So Leah mentioned we've got this new feature that we're going to try out, and I'm pretty excited for it. When we started these chats over a year ago, I think maybe 300 people came to the first one, so we're at significantly more than that now. And so we used to be able to do the Q&A, kind of just people put in the chat and we would try to answer. There are so many people here now that it's not that easy just to go through the chat. Recently, we switched to this Q&A function. So if you'll see in the Zoom, if you're logged into Zoom, there's a little Q&A function there. You can ask questions. We already have 100 questions. We haven't even gotten a Q&A yet. So this is to give you a sense of how many are coming in. But I have a new feature that I want y'all to use because it will help me. In the last few weeks, what we've done is we've just gone through chronologically and tried to pick out questions that we thought were popping up. We're going to try to crowdsource it this time. So people are already doing this, and I commend you for doing it and jumping to it. You can thumbs up questions that you also have, or that you're like, oh yeah, I really want to get them to answer that. I can then sort by which questions have the most thumbs up, and then we can cover that. So we will be listening to you actively instead of relying on our judgment to sort through. You tell us what you want us to answer. We will prioritize those for the live questions. In addition to these live questions, we got just tons of questions in ahead of time. So as per usual, we'll bounce back and forth between questions that came in beforehand and these live questions. I see people voting right now. This is great. We have 40.
Yeah, exactly, Ms. Molina. Like that felt so apropos, especially after just the other day when, like, I don't know, people are really tense right now. It's a heightened state of tension for everybody.
40
Like, I feel like I've seen.
Oh God, we have 90 votes for one of these. This is great. Keep on voting. Keep on saying what you want us to answer. We'll then focus on those. Oh, I love this feature. So thanks for going through this experiment with us. We're trying to make it better for everybody. I also will just note, I do appreciate the emojis, just responses. If you like something that you're hearing, or if you don't like something you're hearing, let us know. Ali, we can see that. Like, I'm looking at your emojis now. So that is nice, immediate feedback that we like to see. We do a survey after each one of these calls. So we sent out a survey last Friday. We did a little bit of a fun survey in the last one. I asked where are places that you're finding inspiration, particularly in fiction, and we'll share it in the chat. We got hundreds and hundreds of responses from you all, and we got book recommendations, nonfiction and fiction. We got playlist recommendations. We got TV shows, we got podcasts. It's a real interesting, like, it ranges the spectrum. Just to call out a few folks there, On Tyranny from Timothy Snyder. Actually, Timothy Snyder sent us his new book recently on freedom. You should also check that out.
Ms. Molina.
The Persuaders by Nangiri Dardas. Incredible.
I don't want to bring it up, but like the other day, I was looking around for different content, and I just saw like this segment TYT put out. Where Anna Kasparian goes off about like ICE and like how some people do need to be deported, and it was depressing to see, I appreciate you, Ms. Molina.
Book. We did a book club on that a while back. Highly recommend it. I noticed Zephyr, it was Zephyr Teach Us, but I actually noticed there was another one. Oh, Heather Cox Richardson's book, Democracy Awakening, as well. So there peruse it. Take a look. It's a Google Doc. If it's useful, great. You feel free to take it and then make a copy and make it your own. Add other recommendations. I think part of the challenge in being in the struggle against creeping authoritarianism is staying in the struggle against creeping authoritarianism. And I know, I get a lot of inspiration from the boots on the ground, but it is useful to find places for inspiration as we're struggling against some pretty tough stuff. So like I said, we'll put it in the chat. The Google Doc, but we'll also share it out afterwards. And we're gonna have another survey that goes out tomorrow. It's actually a little bit more of a meaty strategic question. So I'm going to get to that once we get further into the Q&A, but I would really appreciate your thoughts on this because we're debating our orientation towards a future legislative fight and would love to see where movement members are right now. Leah, you can open that if you'd like. She's about to open it. Okay. So with that, just a little bit of a note on where we stand right now in the political ecosystem. As I mentioned at the beginning, it looked like there might be an executive order eliminating or shutting down the Department of Education. We still believe that is in the works, unfortunately, but it's not public. It hasn't been released yet. So for now, we live to fight another day. Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Request to
Lee
slow down
Lee and
the
I regularly do that. We're trying to get through so much content. We're living to fight another day on the Department of Education. So let's just review where we are right now in this particular political moment. A couple weeks ago, ahead of the first congressional recess of this year, we put out roughly a 30-page toolkit. Y'all might see it's a field guide for how to make the most of congressional recess. We called it Musk or Us. And the reason why we called it Musk or Us is because we've
Hey,
identified
Paladin, how you
through
doing?
research and through partners
Doing
that
alright?
Musk is really the weak
Hope you're
link
doing
in this
okay.
MAGA chain. He's deeply unpopular. Frankly, I don't think I've ever
We're
seen
having a bit of a
polling
relaxing
that looks
day.
worse than the richest man in the world is coming after your social security check or your Head Start or your Meals on Wheels. People hate that. And in fact, it's a weak point for Republicans. They don't want to be tied to it. So that was the goal of the recess toolkit. Musk or Us, put pressure on Republicans to actually stand up to Musk, stand up to Trump, stand up to Doge. The response then was pretty wild, y'all. There was press coverage from all over the country constantly of these Republicans in deep red districts. These weren't like swing district Republicans, but these are pretty deep red district Republicans who were just overwhelmed with constituent outrage. And these are Republicans showing up, independents and Democrats showing up angry that these weak-kneed Republicans are just backing up Musk. And so that just made a ton of press.
How are you
It
doing,
made them look really bad.
Paladin?
And then here was the response from the Republicans. It was such a textbook response. We see this when electeds get pressure like this. But first, the rank and file GOP members who were getting this pressure or who were adjacent to that pressure, they started complaining privately to the White House that Musk was causing them some problems, was producing some heat back home. So that's first. And we saw some news reports of that. Then pretty soon after that, we started seeing public reporting and public comments that, hey, look, I like Donald Trump. Don't get me wrong. He's the best. But this Doge stuff, I think they should slow down. I think they should demonstrate more empathy. Like, that was the next stage of response. Then, after that, they just started saying, oh, no, those protests were fake. Those people weren't real. They weren't real constituents.
I do like the framing of this as like the GOP and the Democratic Party kind of working through different stages of grief. I think that kind of works as a way of kind of understanding the progress we've made as, like, you know, in terms of putting that pressure on them. You know, how they react to that pressure, I think, is important, and it serves as an indicator of our success. You're salty. You talked to several Dem staffers about Section 230 of the Telecommunications Act and didn't get anywhere. Like, do you want to call in and chat about it? One of the things that needs to be understood about the Democrats is how insulated a lot of local volunteers were until very recently. It's true. It's true. Like, so many people in general within the Democratic Party, I think, are pretty floored by seeing this much solidarity arise seemingly out of nowhere.
don't know who those people were, but it's not real. Everybody loves Elon Musk. Everybody loves Donald Trump. So that's where they went to next. And then Elon Musk tweeted out a picture of me and Leah and said we're Soros-funded AstroTurf, and how dare they do this? And then after that, the Republicans announced we're not going to hold any more town halls. That's what went down. That's how the last week has been. Everyone on this call who participated in any of those town halls or helped apply pressure during the last congressional recess, you should take a bow. You should take a bow. Take this as a compliment. It's working. They are mad about it. They are lashing out fecklessly. The bottom line, we won this round. Look,
Hell yeah.
we haven't won it all. There's a lot more to do, but we won this round. They are looking weak and they're scared. So now,
Yeah, like I'm not gonna lie, guys. Today is Friday, right? I've kind of lost some idea of the
My
passage
mother
of
is still
time.
convinced they won't touch Social Security. Sigh.
Ugh, I'm sorry, but we'll keep on fighting anyway, and maybe she'll be able to continue living in that delusion without losing her Social Security. It is Friday. Cool. So this may be the first Friday while Trump has been in office where I feel like we kind of have a little bit of a handle on things, and like we are finally like we rounded a corner and we're kind of winning a bit, you know? That's kind of how I've been feeling today. Like, a lot is still happening, there are still lots of bad things going on, but also I think we're making some progress, you know? It's just I feel kind of good.
the question is, what's next? What comes next, right? And Leah
Sorry, you're blue.
rolled her
Thank you
eyes
for
at
the
me when I
sub,
said I was going
though.
to say this. So, but I'll still say it, and y'all can roll your eyes at me. Look, we're not flying blind here. There is a ton of research and writing on effective strategies and tactics when you're taking on opponents. Sun Tzu, Machiavelli, Gene Sharp, who does nonviolent resistance. Resistance. We can give you resources on that if you like. I'm going to pull from somebody who I think is a really smart guy when it comes to tactical innovation, Saul Alinsky. Now, you might not agree with Saul Alinsky's ideology. Lots of people don't, but he was a master tactical thinker. Dick Armey, the Republican right-winger who helped build the proto-MAGA Tea Party movement, he
PCR,
distributed
we'll be back
copies of
to,
Rules for Radical. Alinsky's
regularly
were
scheduled
to Tea
programming on
Partiers
Monday.
to try to teach them, hey, here's how you should think about tactics on the ground. So I want to zero in on a couple, this is directly relevant to our moment now. I want to zero in on a couple lessons from Alinsky. One is, quote, a tactic that drags on too long becomes a drag. Okay, what he's saying here is that any single tactic, including town halls or marches or calling your member of Congress, anything that you do regularly and repeatedly without change, eventually your people are going to lose interest. The media is going to lose interest. And this is the really important part. Your opponents, your targets,
I mean, Mr. Miyagi, there's always like a shotgun blast of new executive orders and other bad news, but this week it feels like they've missed all the vital organs.
Are going to figure out how to adapt and counter it. And so it is really incumbent on us, those of us who are organizing, to try to apply pressure. We've got to figure out ways to escalate and shift tactics in unexpected ways to keep our targets on their toes. Another thing he would say is the real action is the enemy's reaction. And by that, what he means here is when you have an effective tactic that does effectively make your opponent squirm and puts pressure on them in ways that they don't like, they are going to adapt in some way. But that adaptation, the thing that they do to try to relieve pressure, it might be seen as unfair or authoritarian or harmful in some way, and the public might not like it. And so if that is the case in that adaptation, you got to focus on that and figure out how you can take advantage of it. If you're looking for something newer than the last 60 years, Zeynep Tufekci had this great book, I think back in 2017, called Twitter and Tear Gas, and she's covering the challenges of social movements in the age of social media, but makes some of the same ideas that you can't get stuck in a tactical freeze. You got to go into tactical innovation. You got to innovate and escalate. Okay, so present moment, where we are now. We've had a set of very effective town halls. It's great. Our opponent is adapting. And the specific adaptation is this. They are refusing to show up. They're saying, I'm not going to hold town halls. I'm not going to face my constituents. So pay attention to that adaptation. Pay attention. That is a maladaptive response to an effective tactic.
And in case it isn't obvious why we're listening to this is important for us to be able to keep in mind going forward into this next month. You know, there's a unique window of time opening up here where Congress is going to be in recess. We're going to need to make use of that time. And knowing about that is important, actually, when it comes to mobilizing folks and being politically useful.
Tactic on our end. That's what it is. So now not only are they extremists, they're cowards too. They're hiding from their own damn constituents. So look, I think they've made a mistake. I think they've made a bad chess move. They've opened themselves up to this real political vulnerability. And the question for those of us organizing is, okay, how do we take advantage of it? And the answer is given to us. We innovate and we escalate. That's what we do. The next town halls should be starting March 15th. That's the next congressional recess. The week beginning March 15th is the next congressional recess. That is when members of Congress, Republicans included, should be going back home to hold town halls. They're not gonna. The vast majority, maybe none of them, are gonna hold town halls. They're going to hide. So we have a toolkit, we'll post it up, about how to respond to the fact that you've got a missing member. And the answer is you do not wait.
Judgment Free Zone, you can actually find all of their previous stuff over on the Indivisible YouTube page. I've been keeping up to date with most of their big uploads. And I think they are doing some of the most effective work, and so I want to try and incorporate more of their messaging into what I do. So that's our new measure of a good week. We got fucked over slightly less than last week. Yeah, man, I don't know. I guess I should feel bad that we had massive W's in trans rights across the country in multiple different spots. Yeah. Alright. Just go shatter my spine while I'm at it. Nothing matters anyway. But it's like, I don't know, like any week you're not fucked over as much as you were last week is a
Friday night
comparably
Jack
better
stream.
week.
Flip the sign to We're So Back.
Hell yeah, RPG Lilac. And I don't know, I've felt like, hey, maybe we're on the verge of like violent revolution and like our entire society collapsing for the last several weeks. And so having like a modicum of hope that that isn't actually going to happen, yeah, you know what? I think that's a pretty good week. Comparatively. You know?
For them. You schedule it yourself. You work with your fellow constituents, reserve a space, invite friends and family and neighbors, invite local press, invite other elected officials if you'd like, and invite that member. It would be great if they showed up. They probably won't. And when they don't show up, be ready. Have a cardboard cutout, or have a guy in a chicken suit, or a live chicken on stage, whatever is the creative thing you want to do. Have some way to represent the fact that they're hiding from you, and make clear that while they can technically physically hide from you, they can't hide from accountability.
Prosthetic PJ. Like,
and then please send the pictures and the videos and the
sucks.
press write-ups to us so we can help elevate it. Now, this is especially useful for the Republicans who are in hiding right now. For Dems, I think the best thing Dems could do is show up and hold their own town halls. Great contrast. What we want are Democratic town halls all across the country with people with showing up and cheering them on to fight back, and then Republicans hiding. That's the contrast we want. Many Democrats are already doing that. There was a good interview with Democrat Maxine Dexter. If you were watching Meta last night, Maxine Dexter showed up to a town hall, a raucous town hall in her district, and she reported this. It was a great story. She reported that it was an emotionally moving town hall, and she heard from her constituents that they wanted her to fight back, and she came back to D.C. for the address to Congress that Trump gave.
Just saying, they can't hide from gorilla strippergrams.
That's true. The gorillas will sniff them out. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I appreciate you. Thank you for supporting the stream.
And because of that town hall, she thought to herself, I've got to fight back. She walked out. She was one of those members that walked out because she was listening to her constituents. This is ideal. This is how it should work. The Democrats holding town halls, listening to their members or their constituents, and them taking more aggressive action. That is how it should work. Not every...
Yeah, maybe you'll have to reintroduce that subject to your coworkers after they also start getting fucked over, because a lot of people in this country just don't get it until it starts affecting them. Sadly.
Every Democrat is doing it. And I got to tell you, you have a right to request a town hall, an in-person town hall, not one of these BS virtual town halls, but in-person town halls from your Democratic member. If your Democratic representative is not holding a town hall, look, they're part of the problem, and you should be pushing them to hold it. We want all of them out there holding town halls, and I think it's a reasonable request. Don't feel squeamish about asking them about it. It is a reasonable thing to ask and to expect from your member of Congress. And like I said, many of them are. So this should be an easy ask for you to make. So we are engaged
Enough
in a
pursuits at
crowdsourcing
town
effort
halls
to
will make
identify
GOP
where
very
town
nervous.
halls are across.
It's true. Did anyone else see that? Speaking of like fursuits, did anyone see like the YouTube? There was a YouTuber who went and like covered a furry convention and like, kind of approached it with some skepticism, but wound up being like, you know what, this is actually kind of cool. I thought it was heartwarming, I like seeing people be able to learn and grow about new cultures and new like things. It's increasingly a lost skill in art,
Across the country. We sent an email out following up to this call last week.
You what? Y'all are silly billies. If your first reaction to that is ew, I don't feel like like the first thing about like fursonas and furries and whatever. How big is this third way crap gonna get? I mean, third way is huge. It's like the main neoliberal arm of the Democratic Party. Yeah, furries are cool.
With a way to participate in that, we'll do it again.
Like, I'm not a furry, but you know what? I think people who are tend to be pretty neat.
Tomorrow. That's where we stand, headed into town hall starting March 15th. We've got resources to...
CF, Third Way took over the Democratic Party a long time ago.
To give you on how best to do that, but ultimately it's up to you. Constituents either do that or it doesn't happen. So I hope y'all get to planning on those town halls, and I look forward to seeing all the press coverage. Anything before we get to all of the Q&A?
Like, I don't want to do it. It's not my jam, but you know what? If it doesn't hurt anyone, makes people happy, more power to them. What would my fursona be if you were? I don't know. Does me being a massive cat girl count? Maybe, yeah. Here we're gonna take a quick break from Ezra and Leia, and we're gonna be talking with Paladin Lost for a moment. Go. Ba-ba. Go. Testing. Looks good. Pulling you in, Paladin. Howdy, howdy.
Hey, can you hear me? Am I sounding good?
You sound great.
Hey, Chris, do I look good? No. So I want to talk a little bit about some of the major IT things that have happened and why they're very, very bad. And
What I don't get is for a group
there's
of artistic
really three things that
individuals,
have happened
you
in
see
the
so
last
few
year and a
mythical
half
odd
that we're
animal
not-
personas.
One second. The
No
text-to-speech
platypi,
override
no
is
griffins,
overgoing your voice
so
for a
many
second. Let me
dogs,
turn that off.
cats, and bunny.
It's fine. It's fine.
That's true. Why no mythical personas? I've never understood that either. But thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Sake Tanuki. Your thoughts on personas, Paladin?
I would think there'd be a few griffins or something like that. Wouldn't
Right? Wouldn't those
Yeah.
be neat? Yeah.
be a good Sphinx furry.
Yeah.
Not like the hairless cat variety.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so as you were saying, now notifications are off. You're not going to be
It's
bothered.
fine. If I see it pop up on the screen again, I'll remember. But I assume I'm on time delay.
Um,
Streaming buffer.
I think so. Yeah.
So, okay, so the past 3 weeks, we've seen 3 really bad things happen in terms of the world of IT, and you should be concerned about all of them. And they're kind of been treated as footnotes, and um, and,
Yep.
they're basically these are not the best things you that will happen to the government, and I'm going to kind of talk about why.
Yeah.
The first one is
yeah.
that Pete Heads have ordered the U.S. Cybercom to basically stop all offensive actions against Russia.
Now, if you're a complete dummy, what is U.S. Cybercom?
U.S. Cybercom is, along with the NSA, different sections of our cyber warfare package. We have 2 or 3 real fronts for cyber warfare. We have Cybercom, we have the NSA, and then we also have some things within the CIA's purview.
Okay.
I may have mentioned yesterday that not every black site is just like a secret prison where they keep bad people.
Yeah.
Yeah, cyber warfare operations are also a kind of closely kept CIA secret, and that's why sometimes the CIA will have clandestine-looking office buildings.
Okay.
But the U.S. Cybercom is more U.S. Cybercom. CIA and NSA are more about really kind of clandestine operations. Cybercom is more about force presence, in a sense. The idea here is to basically tell other countries, if you start going after our cyber infrastructure, we'll go after yours.
Yeah.
It's sort of reduction through force. And
Makes sense.
the Russians don't control fully their cyber warfare operations the way the US does.
Okay.
In the sense that the way the Russians are built, you have what are called advanced persistent threats, or APT groups. These are groups of somewhere between 20 and 40 people who specialize in usually a certain type of methodology for hacking. And a lot of time, and these groups are basically independent of the government, but not independent of the government. The GRU basically gives them stuff to do, and in exchange, whatever else they do that's off the books doesn't matter as long as they don't mess with Russia.
Yeah.
So groups like what we call the 5 Bears. There are 5 kind of major groups. So you may have heard of like Fancy Bear or Cozy Bear.
Yeah.
Because they were involved in some really major attacks. That's APT 28 and 29. But there's also groups that focus on kind of different cyber attacks. And one of the major ones that you'll see a lot out of Russia is an extortion style cyber attack. And this is why they often have ties to this is why these groups have ties to the Russian mafia. Because what will happen is that the Russian mafia will basically physically extort the target for access to a computer system.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So basically the Russian mafia will basically shake down somebody who they need access to in order to get access to the system. And so that's it's basically called they call it like kinetic hacking.
Okay.
I think that's kind of disingenuous, but it kind of is what it is.
Yeah. And so these cybercoms Cybercom opposes that, roots it out, puts a stop to
Cybercom
these.
opposes this by basically saying, we will wreck your shit if you try anything that we don't like.
Yeah.
And so, like, when North Korea decided to go hack into servers at Sony, Cybercom would have been involved in the official response to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So there's active cyber warfare operations against every known Russian group. Any APT that's considered part of the Russian sphere of influence, they'll have an active countermeasure attack, basically trying to destroy their C2 servers, things like that.
Okay.
C2. I mentioned a term. C2 servers. That is what happens if your server you have a virus, if you have a virus or a piece of malware that allows a remote attacker to have control of your system, they'll centralize that through what's called a C2 server.
Okay.
It's usually the phone home to let the hackers know that the hack is successful.
Okay.
So So the U.S. Cybercom will have a response to all of these different groups, and the CIA and NSA have, obviously they would like to take out any measure of Russian cyber capacity or Chinese cyber capacity. So
yeah.
So the NSA and CIA are probably also looking into these groups, but through different methodologies. The CIA and basically the best way to consider is like a football team sort of. One's the offense and the other is the defense.
Okay.
The CIA and NSA are more of the offense, and Cybercom is more about is more like the defense.
And
but,
so
yeah.
it sounds like an absolutely insane thing to say, "Hey, stand down, stop defending us from this."
Yeah, and the reasoning is like they want to normalize relationships with Russia, but
by allowing them to compromise our systems and blackmail us.
Yeah, this is the biggest thing that these guys do to fund themselves is through the spread of malware, through the spread of crypto lockers. They will put a crypto locker on a person's system and then try to charge them a ransom to pay for it. So anytime you get like any of those sort of malwares, anytime a company pays that ransom, it's usually funding some form of cyber terrorism.
Interesting.
Because that's how these groups fund themselves. The Russian government doesn't really pay them. They just allow them to exist.
They basically just allow them to steal, kind of like a privateer under the British Empire.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it.
Okay.
And it's really a different model from every other group. Like the North Koreans are very tightly controlled. Chinese are very tightly controlled. The U.S. is more distributed, but still tightly controlled. The Russians, they basically are just, the Russians can run rampant through Europe at any time. And so, like, you may have heard of stories about some of the people who work at Doge paying for DDoSs, that they would rent a DDoS.
Mm-hmm.
That is a common Russian cyber hacking group way to make money. They'll create a botnet, and then they'll sell the botnet to other people as a rental.
Okay.
And basically let you perform a DDoS attack without having to actually acquire the ability to do a DDoS attack.
But okay, what is in it for Pete Hegseth or the Trump administration to do this? I know ostensibly they're saying it's to normalize relationships with Russia.
I can think of. And that's the real problem here.
Yeah.
CENTCOM is, and the thing is that Cybercom has both use of force and defensive. So the defensive operations were not stopped, but the use of force ones, basically if you do something, we will knock you out.
Yeah.
type of defense is taken away, which I don't know how it really benefits any sort of negotiations. If we were trying to reach economic normalization with Russia. Like, say Russia
Yeah.
was going to become our trade partner.
Sure.
That would make a lot of sense. We do spy on our allies, but we don't spy on our allies the way way we spy on Russia. Right? There's no active cybercom offensive against like Europe.
Yeah.
So if we were normalizing economic relations, that would make a lot of sense. But it's really not gonna benefit anything in particular within the US, because these groups don't necessarily unless they're really explicitly told to do so, they don't really care about following the rules within Russia. All they really have to do is don't harm Russians, and in terms of geopolitics, they're kind of allowed to run wherever they want because they're considered gangs. So the media is like, oh well, it's a cyber gang, but that cyber gang is tied to the Russian government, and for years and years we've kind of just ignored that fact. There's really not been this big discussion within the media sphere that these malware attacks that hit the country sort of off and on are actually tied to Russian or Chinese state actors.
Why do you suppose that is? Like, that's usually a really popular drum to beat for things like this, to like, oh look, Russia's attacking us, North Korea's attacking us. That usually tends to be a pretty like attention-grabbing headline. Why is this going so underreported?
I would imagine that on the Russian side, I believe that Biden got gun shy about talking about Russian cyber operations after the kind of clusterfuck messaging that went around the Steele report. And as the more and more that people kind of got into the whole Russia hoax,
Yeah.
I imagine that there was a certain reluctance to sort of bang the drum about Russian cyber efforts, especially because they're incredibly sophisticated from a country that we don't often view as very sophisticated.
Yeah.
Same goes for North Korea. People don't field associate the North Koreans with being really good at
Computers.
really good computers and being like a major hacking cyberpower, but they are. They've just basically got trained through alternate methods. And so, whereas, like with the Chinese, it's a lot easier to sort of talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
But Chinese state actors are a lot more, they basically play the game a bit more. Like the Chinese, like if the U.S. and the Chinese have a discussion and and generally what will happen is if U.S. and Chinese relations get a little sour, you'll start seeing cyber attacks between each other. It's kind of a way for them to bring each other back to the table. But but the Chinese usually don't go first. They usually wait. They're very patient, and they don't, and you kind of know when the Chinese are gonna do stuff.
Yeah.
So in a way, the relationship between the U.S. and the Chinese in terms of cyber warfare is kind of I don't know. They're rivals, but they're not like in a real hurry to like start a massive war with each other. They mostly just kind of will just poke at each other. And the Russian, like I said, the vast majority of Russian-U.S. interaction in terms of cyber warfare is theft.
Yeah.
The Russians mostly rob. They're not really destroying shit. They're mostly stealing shit, which is stealing or doing extortion. Yeah. And unfortunately, the need for really super advanced cyber operations is less than you think. Like the Russians,
Really?
because previously you would have used it to get certain acts, you would have used it to destroy certain systems. But we've gotten a lot better at isolating the most important systems from internet attack in such a way that you really kind of have to go through a different method if you would want to. Like, a lot of our systems now are very network isolated, so you would need some point of physical ingress to really do a cyber attack. Now, obviously, things like banking infrastructure, that's kind of publicly available, but like things like power grids, it's a lot harder. You generally have to use something more akin to malware. Countries have gotten way more sophisticated in terms of this, which is why you sometimes see when you think about say Israel, it has a pretty advanced cyber warfare department. Their method to make ingress with Hamas was literally to set up a phony beeper company in Turkey.
Yeah.
I mean, so that's not a cyber attack. That's just a straight up piece of subterfuge.
Yeah, that's some old fashioned handiwork right there.
Yeah, groups like Al Qaeda and the groups like Wahhabists tend to have a really rudimentary infrastructure in terms of communications. Simple radios, things like that. A lot of hand to hand, a lot of telegramming. They don't use the major methods that countries like the U.S. and China do, and so there was more of a Wild West period. I don't know, maybe 2016, and a lot more infrastructure now the critical infrastructure is secured in such a way that it doesn't really have a network ingress, and the easiest way to sort of get to that stuff is malware. But even then, there's only so much you can do. It's not really as necessary as it used to be. So I can understand, at least politically, some thoughts at tuning it down a little bit, but in terms of completely eliminating it, it's really just a gift wrap to the Russians. And it's more of a political declaration than an actual one, in the sense that, like, it really looks good, like, to Russian state television to be like, we convinced the Americans to back off.
Yeah, I guess, that is a big PR win, right?
And it's a weird PR win.
It is.
It was a PR win that nobody asked for. And so that, what you're seeing is a lot of things that are PR wins that aren't PR wins in the US that really nobody was in a hurry to get. Like, I don't know why they've been so desperate to align American foreign policy with Russian foreign policy.
Yeah. Do you have any educated guesses?
Not especially. The only thing I can think of is to try to build. I think on some level the Republicans view Russia as a better bulwark against China than the EU. Because really, the problem to most Republicans is China.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Russia's had its time in the sun, but USSR collapsed. We're the only game in town now, except for China. Is a lot of like the war hawk kind of view of things, right?
Yeah. And they view I think they view Russia as like a way to extract as a way to have a trading partner where both sides can make a lot of money, but only really one side can make demand. Like they
That
feel
makes
like
sense.
they're like once they get their economic claws into Russia, that they'll be able to exhibit like outside political control because the Europeans just aren't going to listen to American businesses. They're just not. Like the U.S. Chamber of Commerce is not gonna do anything to the European Union. And in fact, I imagine on some level the European Union is tired of having to adjust for political shifts within the United States repeatedly over and over and over again.
Yeah.
And so on some level, I feel like, I mean, and we've already seen that with statements from the EU. You know, in terms of, Donald Trump's style of negotiation, it just doesn't move the EU very much. They're sort of like, you know, I think they're reaching the point where they're no longer interested in being bounced around so much. And so
Yeah.
there may be an internal view that Russia is a better bulwark against China than the EU is, but I don't attribute that level of high level of thought to Donald Trump and people like that. I just can't.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure someone in their orbit has ideas like that. I just don't know that anyone in the orbit is, presenting those ideas.
Yeah,
Make sense?
I think it's more honestly. I think it's more because Putin and Trump share a sort of governing philosophy, and it's far easier to have partners that understand you in a sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that.
So, I mean, Trump's love for people like Duterte is pretty evident, and so
He loves buddying up with dictators. It's one of
Yeah.
his favorite things. He feels like it makes him look like a tough guy too.
yeah, and unitary executive. So, policy people are like, they're also kind of fond of strongmen like that. So I can imagine that on some level there's a certain unification of design philosophy.
Mhm.
There may be some financial interests between the Trump organization and Russia. I know at one point there was a Trump Russia building that there was going to be a Trump Russia building that got scrapped.
Yeah, there've been a number. There's also, and I forget how confirmed this is, but I remember back in 2016 there were allegations that he laundered money for the mob. Yeah.
Well, there's a good chance that he laundered money for the mob in the sense that a lot of his properties spiked up in sales prices, like properties that weren't getting sold suddenly got sold for like 20-25% above market value as Trump got closer and closer to being president in 2016. Some of that could have been money laundering, and some of that could have been just currying favor. I mean, I do find it interesting that Donald Trump is trying to, in effect, he's doing this program of gold cards where people
Yeah.
can basically give $5 million to something.
And now
Like,
you're
they
a
have-
citizen, or a resident, or maybe a full citizen. Who knows?
And it used to be that there was a program that allowed wealthy foreign investors to start on the path of citizenship by investing in American businesses. You invested a certain amount, it expedited your citizenship, And what was good about it for the foreign investors was that these investments did return a profit. It's just it was a lot less than what they might normally get on the open market. So like they would be loaning money to to real estate developers at say 4 or 5%. And in exchange they work their way towards citizenship. Now it's a $5 million single cash payment, which doesn't have any return equity and also doesn't help anybody. But what's interesting is that Donald Trump used to be a recipient of these foreign investments into development. It was often every real estate developer in major cities kind of use these as a way to generate capital. And so Donald Trump must view that the Trump organization no longer needs that sort of access to foreign capital, which means he's either secured his line of foreign capital basically forever,
Yeah.
or he's just so overconfident that I've been president for 8 years, everyone will love me, they won't hesitate to loan me any money, even though I default on every loan, because I'm a genius. It could be that, but there could be corruption underneath it. It's hard because the one thing that Donald Trump is really good at is corruption.
Yeah.
So on some level, you have to kind of go, is it corruption or is it corruption or is he just being Donald Trump?
And like, it also doesn't have to be an either or. It could be both.
No porque no los dos.
Yeah, exactly. Like, dude, I think he might genuinely believe the smell of his own farts. I think there's a saying that goes somewhat like that. Dude genuinely believes kind of like he has a divine mandate, I think. Like, when he goes up there and says, oh, we won by the biggest majority of all time or whatever, like, I think he genuinely thinks that's true. I do think that there's kind of like a messiah complex going on for him at this point.
Yeah. Oh, I definitely agree with that.
Yeah. It's
hard to argue that there's a certain amount of Donald Trump that's basically he's heard the God sent me to fix America enough times that he started to kind of inhale his own gas.
Well, and I also think that like the assassination attempts like really got in his head. Remember there were those stories about him like sitting and watching like Fox News footage of like the assassination attempt on repeat. And like I think it's kind of like a combination of both those things. Like he'd been hearing people saying like God sent you to save and defend America, and then like he almost died. And I don't know, I think that he already wasn't that strong mentally, and I think maybe it broke him. Like I think he genuinely believes some of this shit that he's been peddling about himself.
Okay. And so the other two things that they did that really kind of rattled the tech sector was they fired everyone in a group called 18F. 18F is part of what's called the it's called the TTS. It is the Transformative Technology Transformation Services at GSA.
Okay.
So 18F were a group of like, I don't know, maybe 15 people. Or no, actually I think they're bigger than that. Maybe like 60, 70 people that did one thing. They're basically just make things easier for the government. Like if somebody came to them with a pet, if like somebody came to their boss with a pet project that could be developed, 18F were generally the people who were given the assignment, if that was reasonable. They developed things like the FastFile website and some of the more helpful informational websites that were built. Like even those national park websites that the administration defaced recently,
Yeah.
those were all developed by 18F. And the biggest thing that 18F did was, allow for easier access to things. So a lot of times these were like shortcuts that made government employees' lives easier. Easier ways to file documents, easier ways to store documents, things like that, right?
Yeah.
The biggest reason that 18F came under the hatred of Doge was twofold. One, they're in effect an effective competitor to Doge, because a lot of the modernization efforts that were currently in the government were part of 18F.
Yeah.
So now Doge is trying to basically eliminate their competition for modernization, so that they can control every sort of modernization or improvement project within the government. And the second thing that 18F did was that 18F was built with a diverse group of coders and professionals. In other words, they hired a lot of trans developers.
Do we
Yeah.
not all put on our programmer socks the same way in the morning?
Yeah. I mean, the old joke about the developer starter kit being striped leggings and 3 cans of strawberry monster.
It's true.
Yeah. And so they talked about fair and equitable hiring practices. But the funny thing was that they were a really, really effective department. 18F is considered one of the most effective teams in all of GSA. Yeah, and basically it became and part of it was, they were kind of on their own island. They were basically allowed to do whatever projects they could, were given to them, as long as they were effective and increased the efficiency of government and reduced costs. They were, the ends kind of justified the means with 18F.
Yeah.
But then what happened was, there is this guy.
Guy.
His name is, give me just 1 second. Okay, his name is Luke Rosiak. He works for the Daily Caller.
Oh boy.
Right?
Okay, so this is going places.
Okay, so Luke, and Luke, especially in the early days of Doge, his big thing was to go on Twitter and go and basically declare anything, any target that Doge would be interested in. He was basically like marking them for nukes, for the Doge tactical nuke.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, I guess.
Yeah,
God.
and one of the things that 18F did was 18F was one of the most trans-friendly departments in the entire government, including to the point where they actually had a fund that where employees donated portions of their own salary to help members who wanted to go through surgery to change genders.
Aw, that's actually really sweet.
Yeah, so they basically paid for so their employees they basically paid for some of their employees to get to go through gender affirmation surgery, right?
Yeah.
And so so Luke made it his cause celeb to get Musk's attention about 18F, and then Musk responded to them on Twitter saying that group has been deleted, and then 18, and basically all of those people lost their jobs.
Yeah.
And this basically points out one of the things that's most telling about this is that 18F was one of the most efficient groups within the U.S. government in terms of turning out product that benefited both government, both government consumers and people who wanted to like file their taxes, contact people in their government better, apply for grants easier, things like that. And I mean, we've seen that where they've intentionally fired all the IRS workers, even though every IRS worker is revenue positive.
Yeah, I mean, again, it has nothing to do with efficiency whatsoever. Like, I feel like that's patently obvious to anyone who's thought about it for like 5 seconds. Your Department of Efficiency is sending out like multiple emails that are doing nothing and causing like 12 dozen lawsuits apiece. Like, what are you doing? This isn't efficient. If you had a coworker that was doing this, you would hate them.
Okay. And then the third thing actually comes from the Democratic side, which is very unfortunate. Boo. Senator Dick Durbin, 2 days ago, decided to rebuild legislation. It is here. I will give you the exact lists of names. Okay. This week, Durbin will join U.S. Senators Lindsey Graham, Sheldon Whitehouse, Josh Hawley, Amy Klobuchar, and Marsha Blackburn to introduce a bill that would sunset Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act in 2 years.
Why would you want to do that?
Well, I can tell you why if you're certain other people. Marsha Blackburn is basically, she might say RTN after her name, but she's really R-AT&T. If you look up Marsha Blackburn on Open Secrets, you're gonna find that basically AT&T and Randall Stevenson have been funding her forever. Mm-hmm. But in terms of why anyone else would want to turn off Section 230. All right, so here are my thoughts on it. The first and most obvious is that it is because Dick Durbin talked extensively about algorithms. Yeah. He talked extensively. When I called their office, the staffer talked about algorithms, like especially in that sort of way that's designed to try to phase people who don't understand what they're talking about.
Yeah.
So, what I think is that it's really a back way to go after TikTok. Because, again, a lot of these senators are still mad that TikTok was one of the biggest purveyors of pro-Palestinian content on the internet.
That has been a recurring thing, just that I've been hearing more and more about how AIPAC is currently using the moment to, like, move behind the scenes to consolidate a power around, like, those it's backing, and, like, that fits perfectly with a lot of the other parts I've been hearing. It would make sense if AIPAC was flexing its muscle to kind of keep senators in line and keep representatives in line while also furthering its own goals and being petty as shit.
So TikTok definitely has the most to lose in a post 230 world. I mean, your biggest losers are going to be TikTok, Reddit, and Discord. Mm-hmm. Because Twitter and Facebook are large enough that they can. Well, one is that I imagine that on some level, Twitter may try to take a more unmoderated stance. They may basically go that we don't moderate content at all, which was an early defense of people who were punished under Section 230. But also Twitter and Meta are impossibly rich, and most of the other companies aren't. Yeah. And that's where things get really dangerous. There's a lot of smaller ISPs and things like that will get punished. But more importantly, groups like ISPs that allow, say, an encryption or VPNs could potentially be sued by the government and required to provide information with the threat of liability with the removal of Section 230.
Yeah.
To explain Section 230, what Section 230 says is that internet providers are not the people who make their content.
Yes. So
Yeah,
that they kind of remain separate from all that. They kind of have some legal protection.
Basically the words are: no provider or user of an interactive computer service shall be treated as the publisher or speaker of any information provided by another information content provider. So by not being the speaker, by just being the publisher, you have a safe harbor provision. And it also allows you to use best effort content moderation, which is because, trying to moderate your content on a site as huge as Reddit or Discord or something like that would be nearly impossible.
Yeah.
But in terms of where Dick Durbin is, I would say that Dick Durbin's plans are kind of twofold. The first and most obvious thing is that the Democrats have wanted to get rid of SOPA and to Section 230 for years because the RIAA and the MPAA do not like it.
Yeah.
It basically says that, if you have a message board and someone posts a copy of the new hit movie Shrek 5,
Hit new film.
Hit film. High quality, well animated cinema, Shrek 5. If you were to steal Shrek 5, they could sue you. And then of course remand you to an insane asylum, because why in the world would you ever steal Shrek 5?
Yeah, no kidding. What's wrong with you?
What is wrong with you? But all Shrekking aside.
I don't like that you turned that into a verb.
Shrekking?
Yeah, I don't like it.
Trekking through the forest. Yeah. There's. Oh man, I Shrek'd her so good last night.
Oh, there's gonna be a Shrekkening for this, I promise you.
Dear Lord, the Shrekkening is at hand.
Oh God.
You better Shrek yourself before you wreck yourself.
I can't handle this right now.
Anyway, the Shrek of the Hesperus, the Shrek of the Edmund Fitzgerald.
Oh God.
Okay. It's just the same song, but sung in the worst Scottish accent ever heard. Shrek of the Edmund Fitzgerald. All right. So that's why the RIAA and MPAA have hated this. This is the third time that they've tried to repeal Section 230. One was a bill called CISSA, and then there was SOPA and PIPA, which were the same thing. Yeah. And now there is and now this is the newest version. It's been a pet project of basically corporate Dems for a really long time, and each time it runs into the wall because of groups like Fight for the Future and EFF and all kind of go to, and ACLU all kind of go to war about Section 230, and there's also trade organizations and business groups like the SBA, like my local SBA has already sort of talked a little bit about it. Because this will affect a lot of smaller businesses and put them in a really bad situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's now of the three. I don't think calling your senator is going to bring U.S. Cybercom back. I just don't. I imagine
Yeah,
that
I
that would be a
Yeah.
ship I consider sailed.
in some regards, there's going to be damage that we can't do anything about.
Yeah. And then, but Section 230 is one we can talk about.
Yep.
And let's just say that the phones were definitely ringing off the hook at Dick Durbin's office today.
Yeah.
If only because I called him 4 times.
Damn, son.
Yeah, I just found new and interesting ways to harass him.
Are you on first name basis with the staffers there now?
No, because I like to social engineer and I use a new name every time.
I was about to ask you which names, but maybe you shouldn't tell us. Do you have any on the par of Gregor Net Russian?
I will actually give you a hint. One of the things I do is a bit I stole from the Lee Child's Jack Reacher novels. And Jack always uses the names of Yankee second baseman, Yankees middle infielders as his assumed name, as a way of so that people who know him know where he is. You know, yeah, I do kind of something similar. I use casts of certain movies. I often I like to use the Magnificent Seven a lot. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. All right. I got one last bit. If we have time, and want to talk about it.
For it.
Let's talk about Argentina, baby.
Oh man. Oh, okay. I don't know anything about Argentina from the last week, so now I'm a little worried.
We're gonna talk about crypto scamming.
Oh boy.
All right. So you may realize that Donald Trump has done a lot with crypto recently.
Yeah,
And
he's running like a full court press.
Yeah. And I think on some level it would be interesting to talk about one of the to talk about one of the most incredible stories in crypto. This Argentinian disaster area that is circled around Javier Milei, right?
Yeah.
And this does kind of interestingly connect to the U.S. And we'll get there in a minute. But
I
okay,
bet
so
it
we
does.
so we have to start back before Milei became president of Argentina, right? And we got to talk about so Milei worked at a lot of libertarian think tanks. Right, he was always presenting at libertarian think tanks because he's a big libertarian economist.
Yeah, and people generally treated him as a joke, right? Like he literally dressed up and went to like conventions. He was like kind of a dork.
People didn't take his personality seriously, but his economic theory was a bit more serious.
Really, because from what I know of his economic theory, it is also kind of a joke.
In libertarian economic circles.
Oh, okay. Okay, so yeah, we're okay. All right, that clears up some things.
So there's this guy. His name is Mauricio Novelli. He is a stock trader in Argentina, and he wants to start promoting crypto in Argentina as a method of fighting the inflation that was happening in Argentina. There was a period of hyperinflation, and just so I can be like clear, when these types of guys say we're going to use crypto to fight inflation, what I hear is we're going to try and create our own currency. Yeah, we're basically going to bankrupt our national currency by moving it into crypto.
Okay. That's what I thought. but I wasn't sure and I wanted to check with you.
Basically, by creating their own currency, they can in effect devalue the currency that is already existing, and therefore counter all the inflation. Basically, deflating through lack of use.
Yeah.
So this guy Novelli creates these little investment conferences and academies, right? For these how to get started in crypto, right?
Yeah.
And Javier Milei basically shows up at these conferences and gives little speeches, and that was kind of their partnership, right?
Mm-hmm.
And since Milei was sort of quickly becoming a rock star in that area, they would charge extra for them to have like a meet and greet and talk with Milei, and so it was like usually it was like 50 grand or something like that, right?
Oof.
Right. So one of the people who got involved in this, basically through paying that 50 grand, is a guy is I know his last name, I don't know his first name.
So many of these stories just sound like scams. Like, oh yeah, just pay this guy 50 grand and you'll get like all of his secrets. But like that's genuinely how like this part of the world seems to work. Like this crypto world works.
It's definitely like there's a lot of kind of, I mean, you'll notice that most of these kind of Solana meme coins are based around personality cults.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of access play, and we're gonna get to some real access play in a second. Because we're gonna talk about.
When you say it like that, I start feeling like it's gonna go beyond just normal access and go into like a completely different type.
No.
Okay.
No,
different
not
direction
that
here. These people are all like, into some weird wacky shit. So, okay.
Yeah.
I'm glad it's not going that way.
So because we're going to talk about a guy by the name of Justin Sun, but we'll get to him in a minute because he's a completely different branch of crypto scheming, right? So Novelli meets with this guy, this American. His name's Hayden Davis.
Okay.
And Hayden is basically he gets inside with Javier Milei, and especially his wife, like his sister, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Milei and so Davis becomes like a real insider to Milei. And so Davis goes to this guy, Novelli, and he says, I think if we can build a crypto coin, we can convince Javier Milei to basically use it as part, to basically make it part of Argentinian is governance of Argentina, right?
Yeah.
So Novelli basically works as this middleman, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he gets a company with he meets a young development company out, which I believe is out of Taiwan. They're called KIP, right?
Okay.
And these guys really, really want to get into the tech services market in Argentina. And so Novelli's like, hey, yeah, sure, I know a way for you to get in really good with Javier Milei. I'm working on this project to build this cryptocurrency. Would you want to do the blockchain development for this new coin? And this guy Julian Pei, who is part of KIP, he goes, yeah, sure, I could do that for them.
Yeah.
And so
why not?
So basically this. So now you have Novelli, Davis, and Julian Pei developing this cryptocurrency called Libra, which is now gonna.
Oh, that.
What?
Wait. Am I? Okay, think I remember this one. I remember this from like years ago. Okay, sorry.
No, this is like weeks ago.
Wait. Okay, but didn't Mark Zuckerberg make a Libra coin? Like, didn't Meta have like a Libra currency as well?
You know,
Like they launched it and it like got clapped by the FCC years ago. Not FCC, like the Consumer Financial Protection
okay,
Bureau.
yeah. Facebook had Deem, which was also known as Libra.
Okay.
I remember it as Deem. It was a stable coin. And it was a stable coin that they were going to use the meta environment to try to enforce, which is something that I fully expect. Elon Musk to try this too. I fully expect an X coin eventually. All right, and so anyway, getting back to Libra is a Solana. The Libra coin we're talking about is a Solana coin.
Okay.
That was developed by this group PEI, right?
Mhm.
And so it just so happens that the first purchasers, the people who already had coins in this Libra coin, are Novelli and especially Julian Davis, right? Or Detained Davis. Like, so what happens is they convince Novelli meets with Malay, talks to him about LibraCoin and how it could finance small businesses in Argentina, right? And then basically Malay tweets about Libra.
Okay.
It's super like he's so excited. It's going to boost the Argentinian economy, and literally it became a pub and dump within hours.
Within hours, it wasn't even like days.
Yeah. If you go,
son.
yeah, if you're bored, here I'll send you a link. Yeah, let's see. I'm trying to find its price marking. Okay, right now it's at 0.003 of a cent.
Oh my god.
So no, that's actually not god awful for a Libra for a coin. Like, I mean,
But it probably launched at a lot more than that, right?
Well, it got up to 2 cents. Right? At a cap at 2 cents. Which for a coin, this coin was flat at 0.008 of a cent. Then it immediately goes to 2 cents, and then it immediately drops back down. All on one day, February 18th.
So someone made a lot of money at that 2-cent mark.
Oh yeah, because you're making a 1,000% investment if you're buying at 0.8 of a cent, and you sell 0.008 of a cent, and you sell at 2 cents. You're making basically a 4,000%, something like that.
Yeah,
that's a lot of money. Like, so just as a side, I own a Pika. I own Pika coin, which I bought at 8 millionths of a cent. It's a joke. I own like $80 of it. It's kind of a running joke that that if Nintendo ever decides to make it their digital currency, I'm a billionaire. I just need Nintendo to take it over. So, but this is kind of how meme coins work. Is you don't need to get them to $10 to win. You start at 10 millionths of a cent, and then if you can get it to 1,000th of a cent, you've made $1 jillion.
Yeah.
As long as you can sell the coins fast enough.
Yeah, you just got to make sure you don't stick around too long.
Yeah. So this basically has now led to a full-scale mess in Argentina.
Yeah, are people rioting in the streets?
Yeah, Malay deleted his tweet, said, I had nothing to do with Libra, I don't even know what it is, I was not aware of the project's details, and then says he never made any money off of it.
Dog, you're the president of the country. You can't just like delete tweets like you're some nobody on Twitter. Come on, no.
And then Malay released a statement blaming KIP. KIP said all we did was build the coin. We're just a middleman. We didn't even have we didn't have any holdings. And they blamed Novelli and Davis. And Davis basically admitted eventually, because of all the people in the universe who got scammed by this, one of the people who was a very early adopter and got hosed was the guy from Barstool Sports.
Wait, is that Dave Portnoy?
Yeah, Dave Portnoy. Like I said, these stories attract some really weird connections.
Oh my god. What the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah. And then so then Davis. So interestingly, right? Malay blames Pei. Pei blames Davis and Novelli, and Davis blames Malay. He says he gets on and says, I can only assume that Mr. Malay's associates attempted to shift blame onto Julian to shield themselves, and suggests that Malay made all the money from the pump and dump. And we still don't know who actually made the vast majority of this money. Right now, Davis gets on and talks to Dave Portnoy, and he says he basically says that he has $100 million of the crypto's currency held in reserve, and he doesn't actually even know how to redistribute it back.
What?
And he actually gives Portnoy back his $5 million.
What?
Yeah.
This is
Yeah,
like a fucking cartoon show. What is happening?
But here's where it gets weirder, right?
Okay,
So
lay it on me.
So Davis also so one of the weirder questions in there is, how did Davis get all his contact with Malay? Because it's Davis who basically helped connect all of the people together to make the meme coin happen and get Malay to promote it. Davis helped create and promote the Melania shitcoin, which also was a massive pump and dump.
Oh.
So perhaps the Trump administration helped connect Davis with Malay, and they basically ran the same scam they ran with Melania in Argentina.
That makes a lot of sense. I wanted to ask you just real quick. Do you think that the tariff stuff? I've been hearing this idea from the Majority Report. I wanted to run it by you. Do you think that Donald Trump is basically fiddling with tariffs to play markets, essentially, with insider information?
There is a distinct possibility, only because he seems woefully uncommitted to having a tariff for more than 24 hours.
Yeah.
This is the second time he's basically gone, I'm going to do a tariff starting today. And then it happened, and then basically 6 hours later, he's like, yeah, we decided not to do that anymore. It could be a form of market manipulation. It could. He could just be, I think in a way, Donald Trump is an incredibly petty human being. So on some level, I feel like some of this may be him punishing basically being petty to other countries just because he can, because they weren't nice to him that day.
Yeah, vindictive.
Yeah, I mean, Cynthia Scheinbaum especially has been very critical of Trump. Obviously, obviously Trudeau hasn't exactly. Trudeau plays the game, but he hasn't exactly been a friend to Trump. Guys like Doug Ford have been antagonistic. So I imagine some of it is just pettiness. He can just announce a tariff, watch the market spiral, then go oopsie doopsie, watch it spiral back. It could just be like a kid playing with Legos.
Yeah, there's a part of me that I feel like if I attribute too much intent, where like he's like yo-yoing the markets on purpose because he knows when he's gonna move his wrist, to yo the yo. But that also sounds like too smart of a plan for someone like him. And I think at this point, like, he's just kind of doing what other people are telling him to do. I don't think he has. I don't think he cares about that much as long as he sees his bank account get big. You know?
Yeah, I am loath to, but I'm loath to underestimate or overestimate Donald Trump. It creates this weird world because, I mean, the man is very gifted at one thing, which is grifting.
Yep.
And so when you see something that is Trump grift related, you invariably go, okay, this is probably smarter than you think. But actually, let's talk about one other fun thing. Happy, fun, oligarchic, hate our country type of thing.
God.
And so we got to talk about a guy by the name of Justin Sun. Justin Sun
Oh,
or Justin
yeah.
Soon. I don't remember how it's spelled, right? He is another crypto guy,
Okay.
right? And he is a Chinese entrepreneur, and right, he is the founder of a ecosystem called DAO or Tron. It's right, or you sometimes hear it called TRX. And basically, what he did, and Tron and TRX are, he also was the original founder of BitTorrent, the
Okay.
BitTorrent protocol company,
Yeah.
right? So, but his crypto work basically consisted of hiring celebrities to pump coins and not disclose that they were pumping coins.
Okay.
This involved people like the rapper Soulja Boy, Steven Seagal. He actually famously got sued for this.
Do you just apropos of nothing, like just because you mentioned Soldier Boy, do you remember that Soldier Boy did like a scam with like a home video game console?
Yeah, he was actually buying cheap Chinese systems from companies like Ambernick and reselling them for a really high price
Yep, it was one of
with
my
no
favorite
branding
scams of all time.
whatsoever. Yeah, it was supposed to be like the official Soldier Boy video game system, but it really just was like a $30 handheld off of AliExpress with Batocera on it.
Yeah.
You. Okay, so
Uh.
so you had all these people who were. I mean, this even included people like oh God, what's that actor's name? Matthew McConaughey, people like that,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
There were a
Is
lot
it
of scams.
Matthew McConaughey that was kind of rumored to be like gearing up for a run for president at some point? You think that's happening?
I'd say no, but if it happens, it'd be all right, all right, all right. Sorry, couldn't help it.
I wasn't expecting it. I should have.
All right, so here's how Justin Soon gets involved with the Trump administration, right? So there's this company that Donald Trump made that kind of got ignored because we were too busy talking about other shit. And this is a company called World Liberty Financial.
Mhm.
It was this was the official project of two people. One is Barron Trump, and the other is Zach Witkoff, which is Steve Witkoff's son.
Okay.
So you have the two basically 18-year-old Zoomer kids
Yep.
of multimillionaires, basically building their own decentralized finance exchange. It was, this is supposed to be a company that trades crypto coins, similar to groups like Coinbase or something like
Yeah.
that, right?
Yeah.
Now, the way it was set up there's a certain threshold where the company made where if the company made so much money, the Trump administration would then get paid, right?
Okay.
So they were short because Wayward Liberty Financial didn't really. It had a really bad initial lift. It just did not go anywhere. So in order for it to get into the money, into what would be the Trump money, it needed about $20 million, right?
Uh-huh.
So Justin Soon immediately buys in for $30 million,
Whoa.
which puts Trump into a mode where he gets not only a certain amount, but he also gets another piece. He gets a piece of everything else in the future.
What a coincidence.
So, now, at the time, Justin Soon is getting hammered by the Biden SEC for these illegal crypto scams he's doing, where he's having people not disclose their relationship with the crypto coin, and also doing pump and dumps.
Yep.
So he is facing potentially getting banned from the U.S. market and fined out of the butt, and he made billions of dollars with this, right?
Yeah.
So he buys another $45 million in World Liberty Financial, of which 75% goes to the Trump family, either Barron or Donald, right?
It is fucking insane how blatant the thievery is and the corruption is, and just no one seems to care. Like, Democrats care, but like nothing is acted upon in that regard.
Care, but only so much.
Yeah.
Because people on their side are doing the same things. It's just that the Trump billionaires are far more connected to these crypto scams.
Yeah.
And so the moral of the story is, what do you think happened after Justin Soon spent another $45 million on World Liberty Financial, of which Trump and his family were scheduled to make $37 million, and he was being investigated by the SEC.
Though those investigations went away, I assume.
Well, they were paused.
Uh-huh.
Right? And then the SEC changed the rules around that no, that's a completely different thing. Hold on, we gotta talk about that one too. So the SEC dropped that investigation. They basically let Soon off the hook. Even though this is a huge discount. He would have been responsible for hundreds of millions of dollars worth of fines at least.
Yeah.
But he basically bribed Trump through World Liberty Financial. And so that's actually one of the things that a lot of people were worried about when we were talking about the president being related to crypto, is basically unregulated bribery. And now we have unregulated bribery.
Yeah, it's interesting.
We already got rid of most of the rules about bribing members of the executive branch anyway.
Well, if anything, Donald Trump is certainly innovating in the field of how to get bribes as president. Like, we've got these crypto bribes that very clearly bribes, but also, have you been noticing like his court cases recently, where he's suing companies that previously wronged him like 8 or 9 years ago?
And they pay him off. ABC pay him $25 million.
Yeah, then they settle with him. It's just a way of funneling money to him. It's become like a new way of bribing the president. It's
literally
dastardly.
Literally, when Mark Zuckerberg went to Mar-a-Lago the first time and they talked, Trump was suing Meta for banning his account. And Trump literally said, we had a really good talk, but we really need to get that court case out of the way before anything can really happen. And then amazingly, Meta decided that was worth another $25 million settlement.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's been just like right out in the open.
Oh, it's like ABC absolutely would have won their case. So would have Meta. Any lawyer who deals with this type of stuff would have told. The analysis was that those cases were almost certainly going to be victories for ABC and for Meta. And yeah, so basically, yeah, that's another bribe method. I mean, and then there's still the classic bribe method of just booking Mar-a-Lago or booking
True.
Bedminster,
Yep.
buying Trump properties. I mean, and the Trump kids are still hawking stuff all over the universe.
Yep.
I mean, we haven't seen anything patently completely insane like Jared Kushner selling green cards,
Mm.
like literally saying he was selling green cards. Yeah. Trump and getting rid of Trump and him saying that he would be against getting rid of Section 230.
Mhm.
Trump wouldn't care about it because Trump will argue that anything on Truth Social is considered a presidential action and therefore he's immune to liability.
Yeah.
Just to answer a question I saw in the chat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe to kind of close out, just real quick, one of the most insane stories from today that I saw is that Sam Bankman-Fried is launching a lobbying campaign, publicly announcing he's launching a lobbying campaign at Trump to get Trump to pardon him. He's
Oh God! Is there a
Sam.
new pardon Sam?
Yeah, he's launching a campaign to flatter Trump with good PR and gifts, and basically blatantly bribe him for a pardon. It's I've never seen anything like it, and it seems like kind of the natural end point to everything that we've kind of talked about with bribery and how all this money funneling towards the Trump family is going. Yeah,
I got one last funny one, right?
go for
And
it.
this funny in a sad way. So
Oh, great.
the FEC changed their rules around disclosure of investors, because in a lot of cases, and the reason there were rules about this was to make sure that so that companies had to basically, they couldn't hide who was paying, who was investing in their companies, right?
Mhm.
But the thing is that Elon Musk never wanted to announce who funded Tesla or SpaceX. So he was getting sued. He was getting sued by the FEC for this, right? So,
Yeah.
and that FEC lawsuit was ongoing until a week ago, when the FEC decided to change the rule that basically so that they were no longer interested in that particular form of disclosure, thereby
Oh.
making the cases moot.
Huh. Weird how that works out.
Yeah, it's good to be the cronies.
The thing that shocks me is that in a lot of these cases it seems to be shockingly cheap, you know? Way cheaper than one would assume for some of these levers of power to move. I wonder, it makes me wonder what the bare minimum is for these people.
Yeah. I mean, somebody wanted to talk about Teapot Dome a little bit. Oh no, Trump's way more corrupt than Teapot Dome.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not even close.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, the California, the I believe that actually happened under Arnold Schwarzenegger, of all people. No, probably under Jerry Davis, but basically selling their water reserves to the Wonderful Company is a much bigger scheme, and a very much more similar scheme to Teapot Dome than anything Trump's doing.
Yeah.
And I don't know and I'd be interested. I may try to find a deeper dive into that water rights scheme in California, because I'd love to know if Gavin Newsom is involved in any of that.
I bet he is. He especially after seeing that slimy interview he did with Charlie Kirk the other day, I believe this guy is like in it for the money, and if that means doing some corruption, he would absolutely do it.
Like, Gavin Newsom has always come across as like everything I dislike about politics in the sense that he's always too glib by half, and you can tell that like whatever public opinion poll has come out that week is sculpting whatever he's doing.
Yeah, he doesn't feel like a real person.
Yeah, and the fact that the Democrats are wasting any cycles on these people who definitely don't feel like real people. Like Kamala Harris, her biggest problem was that she felt like a space alien. She was like she would do two things to humanize herself, and then she would just disconnect from everything. She's like, "Oh well, I cooked Indian food with Mindy Kaling. Isn't that enough?"
Yeah.
And yeah, and so these and Gavin Ross hasn't even bothered to cook Indian food with Mindy Kaling.
Yeah, right?
Like he doesn't care that anyone thinks he's a space alien.
Yeah, he shows up on the set. All right, let me see this human food you people make.
Oh, have you ever seen Ted Cruz for human president?
No.
Yeah, here go. If you
I'll
look
look
up
it up.
Ted Cruz for human president, you will find a website. It is literally tedcruzforhumanpresident.com. I think you need to show this to people.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are multiple sites that are like this. The Rudy Giuliani one is also very funny. They're all done by a guy by the name of Dano DiMartino, but I love this Ted Cruz one especially. It has a Twitter account that posted a few times too.
100% human candidate. I've been incubated from birth to be your overlord. American prosperity. Hello, I am Ted Cruz for president. I have over 42 years. I wish to shut down the space program and destroy all telescopes abruptly and without explanation. Observing you. I once observed a child traversing on wheeled shoes. I will work tirelessly to find out what this technology is called and demand that Earth children turn its schematics over to me forthwith. Ted Cruz beach tips. Beach has many perils due to its proximity to sodium-rich water and packs of unattended children. The skin is the enemy of the sun. It is vital to protect your outermost layer from the sun's violent rays. Consider wearing khaki and golf shirt for the duration of your visit to beach. Maintain sufficient moisture. Moisture loss is inevitable. We all know this. Haha. But it is important that to maintain wetness by consuming high moisture food such as egg.
That's egg.
Beware of loose children. Opportunistic children capitalize on beaches. Looser restrictions surrounding behavior. They can and will attempt to take your egg. Though laws vary by location, it is universally acceptable to reprimand them with a single firm tap on the head, neck, or chest. I must return to my hometown of Texas to slumber for an amount of time you would consider reasonable. Thank you for your support, and skull sizes have been documented. Exciting news! I just found out that they're here in the USA. You are permitted to have as many email addresses as you desire. It is marvelous. I said to my wife in jest, I desire an additional email address, and she said that action is permitted. She said it over and over, continuously, into the following morning. That action is permitted. That action is permitted. Please give me your information. Do so in the field below. Here's what people are saying. Ted Cruz is only one being, and not several. Guy Manderson. I have seen many people, and Ted Cruz is one of them. First name, last name. And then the Rudy Giuliani's Patriot District. Friend and keeper of terrible secrets, Rudy has deployed a site of his own in partnership with a male enhancement product. Please find it here. 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
10
Yeah,
out of 10.
I definitely a perfect encapsulation of Ted Cruz. a
Yeah.
totally real human candidate and not anything else.
Oh my god. I'm so glad he's not president.
I actually, I don't know. I think I would have taken, all things being equal, I would have taken 4 years of president no spine over there.
I mean, yeah, that probably would have been better, but also like I'm just looking at his face and it's so unspeakable.
That is one thing, man. I do not get the top end of GOP America and their obsession with like Cronenbergian body horror. I mean, Rudy Giuliani looks like the bug from Men in Black 3.
It looks like his skin is trying to flee from his skull. Yeah.
And then for some reason every major GOP woman goes to the same plastic surgeon and gets the same weird, vaguely human, vaguely feline, overstretched, too much lip filler face.
Yep.
Like Lauren Sanchez has that same vibe. Um, what's his name? Who's the one who dated Donald Trump Jr.? He used to be on Fox News.
Yeah, no, not Maria Bartiromo. I don't
No,
know.
she does. She has that face too.
Insert any number of like 12 different women that could refer to.
Kimberly Guilfoyle. That's what I'm
Yeah,
thinking.
yeah.
Yeah, she's got that same weird thing that's going on with the face, and and actually, I think his new one does too. Bettina Anderson. I think she's got some of that too much lip filler, too much cheekbone raise happening at the same time. It's just I don't know. It's just not a great look. There's
the
just
same-
a lot of people who,
Yeah.
I mean, at least Eric seems to have married a smart woman. I mean, Laura seems to be the brains in that family.
Yeah, I mean, she's not dumb and she's got like an entrepreneurial spirit. Like I have to say of all of them, like yeah, her music is cringy, but like
Yeah.
she's at least making products unlike
Yeah.
all of the other ones that are basically just like grifting like crazy. Like Laura Trump put out like a athletic or athleisure brand and like yeah, is it hideous? Of course it is, but like it's actual clothing that someone could actually use, presumably. You
Yeah,
know?
I mean, she seems to have the most common sense, which it makes sense because she married a guy who looks like an advertisement for date rape.
It's true.
Eric,
gotta
Tru-
be on her
Eric,
toes.
Eric, Eric, Eric Trump would be the villain in every episode of Law and Order SVU if possible.
Eric Trump just is Biff Tannen.
He definitely does look like Biff.
Like I know Donald Trump was the inspiration for Biff Tannen, but like Eric Trump is Biff Tannen.
Yeah. I mean, nobody's ever looked at an interview with Tom Homan and went, "Man, that is a man who looks like a decent human being in any way, shape, or form."
He yeah. Tom Homan looks like a thumb, and weirdly enough, he looks like if a thumb had the ability to speak, what a thumb would sound like, you know?
Yeah.
God.
By the way, if you ever want to descend into the madness of the Republican mind,
Oh God.
Tom Homan has an Instagram page where it is
No.
just 97% him just like obsessing over like 7 people who died of it's basically porn of all of these people who've either been killed by migrants or OD'd on fentanyl. And
That doesn't surprise me, but also like I genuinely wonder sometimes how people who are like this manage to function on like a day-to-day basis. You know, like they're clearly not okay.
like there's a deep and abiding sort of I don't know, like something like the wiring is not going well when you just obsess. Oh, when you just obsess over this collage of like of basically human suffering porn and
Yeah,
like trying to like politicize it as much as humanly possible.
absolutely.
You know, I mean, it's basically the sort of hollow sort of behavior you see with Trump bringing a cancer survivor to his little fake State of the Union, and then going, but then not admitting he cut off the cancer
Yeah,
research.
exactly. It, we live in a time we live in like post parody times. Like we can't. There's no ability to parody what's happening anymore. I think that's what's given rise to like John Oliver. You know, like John Oliver's just like, this is some horse shit, isn't it? And like that's that's the comedy we have left now.
It's very weird because you find yourself in a place where it's like you tend to find you think, man, okay, things we've reached kind of the apex of some of this stuff, and then Trump literally, like, you're like, okay, this can't get any stupider. And then Trump literally releases a press release where he's like, and CNN said I was wrong, but I was right. An official White House press release, the one on the transgenic mice,
Yep.
it literally includes the fact CNN tried to fact check me, but Trump was right, like he always is. And literally, it includes like he always is in brackets.
That's crazy.
That is, and I'm like, this is official government communication that will be stuck in the National Archives forever.
God, I do think there will be some fascinating history like books written about this particular period of time. I can't I'm some one of the things I'm excited about in the future is reading some of these books because right now it feels way too overwhelming to parse. Um
I am not looking
even
forward
on
to
good
it
days.
because obviously that sort of history, when written on cement tablets, is going to be kind of heavy.
Too true. Paladin,
Yeah.
thank you for calling in.
It's always a pleasure, and if you ever want me on the show to talk about anything, I'll be happy to help you.
Hell yeah. I appreciate you talking with us about all kinds of stuff, but section 230 in particular.
Yeah. Yeah, call your senator, call your Democratic senators, call your Democratic representatives, and start it now to make it unpopular now
Yep.
before they because there isn't even a House bill yet. It's just make it unpopular now.
Yeah,
Don't let them,
yeah.
because they're trying to use this Trump chaos as a smokescreen, which is repulsive.
Yep.
It's an incredibly just shameless tactic by Dick Durbin, and that does,
If I had my way, we would deport
you
Ted
know,
Cruz,
it's
Jordan Peterson,
it makes it
Stephen
increasingly
Crowder, and
harder
other
to go, is there really a DNC for us to support in the future?
Yeah, I mean, well, we're gonna fucking make one if if leadership doesn't actually lead, we're gonna make our own that will.
I mean, I've talked to several Canadians, they do not want Jordan B. Peterson back.
You know, I would tell them they should take him back, but also do we not deserve the blight to as like some kind of divine retribution for what Trump is doing to Canada right now?
I'd say yes, but also I want Jordan B. Peterson to go away.
uh well, Paladin, thank you for calling in. I really
We'll keep Jordan B.
appreciate you.
Peterson, they can have the Tate brothers.
Dude, no, nope. You're not wrapping me into that. See ya.
All right, have a good one. Bye.
Bye. Yeah, the 230 repeal was unfortunately a very real thing that is being set in motion. But honestly, if you start calling about it, now, the more likely we can make it that things do not proceed with the 230 repeal. We could rehome the conservatives into a butch lesbian neighborhood. I don't know what that would do. Also, Malin Miller. Yes, indeed, indeed. I also wish that Steven Crowder was not here. Also, I never understood how Ted Cruz could run for president. Wasn't he born in Canada? He might have been born while his parents were working at an embassy, which has like different rights. I forget the exact origin story for Ted Cruz. But Malin Miller, thank you for the $15 donos. I came in like a shrecking ball. Thank you, Sorry You're Blue, for the $5 super chat. RPG Lilac, thank you for the $10 dono. Let's go. Thank you for that BWA chat. And folks, we've been going for over 2 hours now. If you've been enjoying that show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because folks, the show is brought to you by viewers like you. I could not make it happen without you fine fellows, fellies, and
Rumors of Donald Trump threatening to replace
felicitation.
poutine with red, white, and blue hot dogs has been greatly exaggerated.
Poteen? Who is this Poteen you speak of? What are you linking in chat, trains and bullshit? Canada Goose fights off bald eagle in rare symbolism-laden battle on ice? Is the... Oh, man. You know, when Mother Nature it sends you signs like this, you've got to listen. Good night, Ashley. Get good sleep. What is the Section 230 repeal? Basically, bad. It's just bad. It allows websites that host stuff to be held liable for the stuff posted on them. So, like, if somebody uploaded illegal content to YouTube, YouTube would be responsible for that illegal content being there. You know, just to, you know, and then they would be criminally responsible for that content. You want to learn more? Here's a great little link. There you go. Why repeal it? To screw over social media companies. And basically make the internet unusable. Hello, Shiandiri. Have you played Sorry We're Open by chance? I have not played that. What is it? Would this cause social media companies to crack down on users? I mean, yes, but also understand that I think it also very likely that this would basically make it impossible to run a social media company. What? Wait, what is a funeral potato? Dark Souls vibes. Damn, that game looks cool. No, I'm not. I need to use the bathroom, so I will be back. And when I get back, we're gonna either play Forgotten City or Avowed. I'm kind of leaning toward Avowed. Are we monster hunting? I have never played Monster Hunter, and I need to finish some of the games I started playing before I move on to the other ones. BRB. Wait, a funeral potato is a potato casserole similar to scalloped potatoes, commonly in the Rocky Mountains West, given to families who recently had someone die. Oh, I'm sorry. And this may sound callous. Are they tasty? Or are they like, it's like a 500-hour game? You're way quieter. Yeah, I know that. I didn't balance the audio because it's just a video that's going to play for like 5 seconds. Are funeral potatoes like tasty? They're good? They're comfort food? Hell yeah. All right. I needed to know that. I love potatoes. BRB.
A seed forged from the echoes of falsehoods and lies. The law bends and breaks as the ruler decides. No throne yet he'd reign with a scepter and pen. The people subject to the will of one man. 'Cause nowhere is safe in this world of change. Consent is manufactured through bigotry and rage. So billionaires and fascists can rule without a fight, but their will can be broken if the people unite. An empire built on the backs of the poor. Centuries of suffering as the profit margin soar. Through violence, submission, and million-dollar bribes, our government sold out to private enterprise. 'Cause nowhere is safe in this world of change. Consent is manufactured through bigotry and rage. So billionaires and fascists can rule without a fight, but their will can be broken if the people unite. Through Christo-fascist fantasies of race and purity, they condition the people to scorn humanity. We abandon Ukraine to the Russian advance, while we arm the Israelis as they burn the Levant. 'Cause nowhere is safe in this world of change. Consent is manufactured through bigotry and rage. So billionaires and fascists can rule without a fight, but their will can be broken if the people unite. We need more than hope, we need people to rise. No more denial or political lies. In the wreckage and ruin, the truth starts to show. Our choices have led us to this world of woe. 'Cause nowhere is safe in this world of change. Consent is manufactured through bigotry and rage. So billionaires and fascists can rule without a fight, but their will can be broken if the people unite. But their will can be broken if the people unite.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living. But as year gave way to year, the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death, a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village, Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life, if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him. Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In Western Isles they tell a tale when nights are chill with rain, of neighbours wha fought tooth and nail, Macquarie and Maclean. The laird of the Macquarie clan on Overisle held sway. Maclean of Mull, a crafty man, lived just across the bay. Maclean had wed a local lass, wha had a bairn in tow, and many days it came to pass they'd both receive a blow. Alan with his yellow hair was never a Maclean, but bided with his mother there, so she'd nae be a lane. It might, you never know. It might, it may, it might, it could, it might be so. Macquarie gave a little boat to Alan for a toy, as much to spite the old goat as cheer the little boy. But Alan thought the laird was kind and thanked him hand and heart, for no one knew he had in mind to learn the sailor's art. Time went on and Alan grew too big and strong to clout. He signed aboard a ship as crew, Maclean had kicked him out. Soon pirate ships were pillaging beyond the reach of laws, and of them all the pirate king was Alan of the Straws. It might, you never know. It might, it may, it might, it could, it might be so.
I've never heard this song before. The vibes were so different than what I was expecting. Oh god. That's what I get for taking too long in the bathroom. Sorry, we're closed. Oh, wait. I know this game. Yeah, sorry, we're closed. Yeah, the one with the main character that reminds me of Dead Domain. This game looks dope.
I'm not the victim, I am the system. I'm not in the wrong with my infinite wisdom. Follow my words even if I contradict them. It's my house, Michelle, I'll be the one to evict them. Don't want another demon past the ones within my mind, and it's with that resolution that I'll kill you every time. Change is meaningless, when it gets too close I hit rewind. It's a cycle I'll endure and I will love it till I die.
What we are going up and down like a seesaw. Got me going along for the ride, got me going yeehaw. Time flies when you having fun, I can't even see y'all. Time flies cause I'm having fun, I can't even see y'all. Back and forth, 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 back and forth. I can't help but teeter the scale.
The vibes of this trailer are so excellent.
But I can't help but teeter the scale. Can't help the feeling that maybe I fail. Can't help the feeling that maybe I trailed. The two of us is somewhat of a permanent jail. Got told I'm crazy like you hit the head right on the nail. Most of my dogs hit a 180 tucking their tail. Well, we are going up and down like a seesaw. Got me going along for the ride, got me going yeehaw. Time flies when you having fun, I can't even see y'all. Time flies cause I'm having fun, I can't even see y'all. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, yeah. Back and forth, back and forth, yeah. Back and forth, back and forth.
What a cool ass game. What did I come back to? Oh, someone was asking me to check out Sorry We're Closed as a game, and it is a very cool looking game. I don't mind the PS1 era vibes, just wish they wouldn't run them at modern resolutions. Oh, that's an interesting take. Why do you wish that? I'm gonna play some Avowed. And none of you can stop me. Yo, Malin Miller for the $20 super chat. I'm realizing the alert box is
A blizzard came through Iowa a few nights ago, and I had temporarily lost power and Wi-Fi. And a thought occurred to me: what if the government deliberately cuts Wi-Fi to make communication difficult during a crisis in the future?
I mean, I don't know that the government has the ability to cut Wi-Fi. If that makes I don't know if that helps you to feel better. What the hell? Okay, I need to like calibrate my Xbox controller, I guess. I mean, well, yes. If you cut power, you cut Wi-Fi. But like, if you cut power, people instantly have much bigger problems than just not having Wi-Fi. Does that make sense? Guess I gotta update my controller. Well, I mean, yeah, your beer fridge goes out, but so does, like, I don't know, Peepaw's, like, oxygen machine, you know, like people in hospitals start dying. Also, thank you for the $20 super chat. That is incredibly generous, and I really appreciate it, especially on a gaming stream. There are technically ways to get communication up without power online. Some places put generators by their towers if they're deemed critical. That's also true. Do you seriously think Trump would care? No, but I do think that, like, other people would care. Like, if we're in a crisis situation and we're, like, talking about, like, the military cutting off, like, Wi-Fi and power to different locations, like, we're already talking about, like, insurgency warfare scenarios. Like, you're already talking about, like, you know, a situation in which, like, the least of your problems is Wi-Fi being down. You know, we're already talking like you've long ago abandoned using the internet to coordinate and are instead like sending messenger runners across the battlefield, you know?
So I happen to like Angry Orchard with a shot of Fireball, and I just found it's called an Angry Beaver. Just thought you should know. Thanks for having me on. BWA.
Paladin, thank you for the $20 dono. And you know what? You're making me want a hard cider. So while my controller's updating, I'm going to go grab one. There we go. And also, I don't know, guys who tend to murder countrymen with impunity don't tend to make a lot of friends in their immediate vicinity, if you know what I mean. I love randomly seeing you're on. You've never seen Avowed? Hell yeah. Okay, let's test. Okay.
I just have a fear of being stuck with only old school communication and not being able to instantly see what's happening in far reaching parts of the country. Maybe an irrational fear, but still.
I mean, yeah, I think, let me put it this way. There are going to be a lot of steps between where we are now and where things are that level of bad. And you're going to have a lot of warning before things get that level of bad. It's not just going to like creep up on us. And like I don't know. I'm feeling hopeful after this week. I know a lot of bad shit is still happening, but like we got some very definitive wins this week, and I'm just feeling a little bit more hopeful. People, you know, Democratic leadership might not be doing enough, but independent of Democratic leadership, Dems down the ranks are doing work, and much more importantly, people are doing the work. People are organizing every single day. More and more people are organizing, and the rage is palpable. And I do not think that that is going to peter away into nothing before something is accomplished. Why is everyone talking like we're in a Red Dawn situation? Because people are scared. You know, it's not, we're not in a Red Dawn situation at all. But we've been kind of teetering on this precipice of a constitutional crisis, and like people are scared, you know? And I mean, we are in a constitutional crisis, but you guys know what I mean, like truly going over the edge into like Donald Trump isn't listening to the courts. Now what happens? I have to recalibrate the left stick of this because it's being goony. Okay, it's working better now. Let's go! How long is the cool zone going to last? Genuinely, it can last like a long time, guys. Oh man, why? Oh boy. Okay. Roller. Okay, we are getting a lot of drift on this controller. What the hell is this? Fuck, man. Why? I just want to play my Vimeo game. Short. I wonder if there's any shorts down here. I'm afraid of no short. I'm afraid of no bed. I made it to Dawnshore, only to find the old landing point is infested with Zalrips. These little monsters would surely attack me on sight, and the boat is too damaged to sail elsewhere. Supplies are low. I can't take on that many Zalrips on my own. I'd rather face a slow, hungry death than a violent one at the end of those lizard spears. This is the last thing I write. Whoever's reading this, please remember me. Being forgotten terrifies me far more than death ever could. Usin Fraga. Any treasure down there? You know, one thing I have appreciated is that waterfalls tend to have treasure behind them in this game. And that's just fun. More treasure behind waterfalls, okay? Unlike the song, I do want to be chasing waterfalls. Back here. I can climb up here. No. Damn. Anything in here though? Look at this cute little guy. Look at this little guy. Hello. Vote for me in 2028 and I'll make sure no waterfall is treasureless. Boy howdy, now that's a platform I can get behind. Too long our politicians have neglected treasure behind waterfalls. I support taxation on billionaires for, you know, necessary public goods, as well as treasures behind waterfalls. It's just a thing we should be doing. So I wonder if there's like a... Can I make like a thing?
We're set rough!
No. Boo. How is this Avowed game anyway? I've heard mixed opinions. I'm enjoying it so far. I'm not very far. Hello.
Show me what you got! Set rough!
Good one! Right flank!
Oh god.
We're set rough! Beyond safe!
No, no, no.
Is that all you have?
Nice. Now to
That's
collect
one
their
for
souls.
us.
I want to become a necromancer. I don't know if I can be one, but I think that'd be cool. You can make that jump? Which jump? That jump down there? That looks, that is too far of a jump. That is, you know what? I'm gonna believe you though. I'm gonna believe you because you're my good friend Salmon Moose, and you would never lie to me. You would never trick me into jumping off of a ledge like all of those betrayals I've experienced in Dark Souls games. See? I knew it. I knew you would never betray me like that. What comes after the cool zone? I don't know, hopefully just like the normal zone. Like, you know, like the... Okay, you're gonna have to... Kai, you are going to have to move, sir. There we go. One thing I like about this game is that the movement is very fluid. I feel like if you integrated like a few more mechanics, like, I don't know, like from Dying Light, you know, like their traversal mechanics, I feel like this would go, this would work really well. You know, if you could like sprint and like slide across banisters and like tables and stuff, that'd be really cool. This game is very much about the parkour. Yeah, I feel like we could get like a little bit more in that front, and like that would be so, it would feel so good. Or like Titanfall, get some of Titanfall's like wall running mechanics.
This is the Hangen's place, or was. It's the Zarub's now.
What are the most likely possibilities? I genuinely cannot prognosticate like that. My hope would be, obviously, that like we come out of this, democratic leadership finds itself fucked by its complete non-action, and in turn we have a bunch of, you know, freshman folks in Congress coming into power who, you know, aren't bought by billionaires, and we actually have a reckoning for what has happened in our country, like what billionaires have done to us. And there needs to be, like, people need to be held to account, people need to go to jail, people need to, like, face some consequences, and we need to, like, rewrite our, you know, protections and constitution so that nothing like this happens again. You know, we need to get money out of politics, you know? unambiguously destroy Citizens United. You know, like stuff like that. There's a lot of stuff that needs to happen. We'll see if any of it happens. The uncool zone. Yeah, Iceland is the only country that jailed anyone for the 2008 financial crisis. Iceland actually seems to function as a country. It's nice. I like occasionally reading stories about Iceland. How do you feel about the Gavin Newsom podcast with Charlie Kirk? We watched about half of it the other day before DMCA got us, but I mean, I had low expectations for Gavin Newsom, but he managed to completely and utterly fail them, you know? He limboed under that bar that was already in hell, you know? On Soul Twins, a treatise. There are believed to be a number of phenomena that a soul can undergo during the cycle of reincarnation. Whether a minuscule fraction of a soul's essence is ground away by the forces of entropy, or the majority of it is lost to the beyond, no soul survives the journey around the wheel without at least some sort of fragmentation. In some exceptional cases, a soul can fracture cleanly into two even halves, each of which then inhabits a different creature upon the soul's return to Eora. Though rare, this occurrence has been well documented by scholars throughout the ages.
I laughed so hard when Trump said nobody knows the nation Lesotho during his speech to Congress. I am a GeoGuessr player and I can identify Lesotho in a couple seconds. It has such a distinct landscape.
Yeah, I mean, Trump... you know, like, I was going around looking at different conservative takes on that speech, and honestly, you know, I don't know really what I was expecting, but like, all the conservative channels were glazing him like non-stop, and it was just like, really, you guys think this was like the best speech ever? You sat through 90 minutes of it, and you thought it was the best speech you'd ever heard from a president? It was boring as shit. God.
Earned another stipend check through my work with the tax board of review. Here's your cut.
Aw, quite polite. Thank you for the $10 dono. I very much appreciate that. And, well, I'm calm. Like, Gavin Newsom isn't going to, like, immediately destroy... Oh, is that a thing? That looks like a thing on that outcrop. It was not a thing! Goofs were goofed! Okay, I guess I'll go up there again. But yeah, Gavin Newsom sucks. That's the main takeaway from that story. Longest speech? I think it was genuinely the longest speech ever. Where do we go from here? We go from, like, I don't know how to answer your question. You know, like, it's the same way we've always gone. You know, like, yep, it's like I've been telling you guys, no one is coming to save us. Gavin Newsom was definitely not coming to save you prior to this. And like, I don't know, nothing has really changed in that regard. Still got work to do. I think we need this speech right now. Let's go.
Here's the thing. I don't know what you kids are up to, but I do know one thing. Laws are threats made by the dominant socioeconomic ethnic group in a given nation. It's just a promise of violence that's enacted, and police are basically an occupying army. You know what I mean? You guys want to make some bacon? He pulls a mask over his face, pulls a lit Molotov cocktail out of his mailbag, and whew,
That was on fire the whole time?
all done, kiddo!
You're so brave!
He goes, boom, hits the lock, opens the jail cell. You see the fucking halflings with like black ski masks rappel in, just start opening fires and smashing.
Oh yeah, my mom works here. A lot of these people are good people.
Let's make some fucking bacon!
Let's go!
Yeah, that is a 10 out of 10 thing. I love that Brennan Lee
Friendly
Mulligan
Zarup. Don't see that every day.
scene.
Of course, you don't see them fighting their friends every day either.
Attempt to imitate the Zarup's noises. Do you understand us?
I don't speak Zarup, but it definitely answers.
Yeah, it's Garrus. Yeah. I'll take that as a yes. Let's leave it alone before I insult it.
I agree. He's not hurting anyone.
Yeah.
What made him come this way, though?
You can tell. Anyway, let's loot his friends here. Okay, we're not jumping over any ledges again. What made him come out all this way? Guess we'll never know. Brianna Arabia, thank you for the $5
Heart.
super chat. Appreciate you. Yeah, I do love to watch Brennan's eyes twitch whenever, like, I don't know, Sam Reich gives him a prompt about like Monopoly or like something to do with capitalism in general. You know?
Unseen, unheard.
Yeah, that's right. Unseen, unheard. See, I need to open the Eye of Rimmergand. Cool. But I'm looking for... yes, some of this. I can eat stew! The stew... wow, the stew recovers almost all of my life and magic. Stew truly is a wonderful concoction. Hit me hard yesterday because I didn't expect it. Not much anyone can say to answer that question, to be honest. I had faith, but now that's down the drain. Well, I mean, again, I need to reiterate, Gavin Newsom, even prior to yesterday, was not going to stand up for any one of us. He's always sucked as a politician for folks like us. And so, like, today doesn't really change anything. All that really changes is that we need to double make sure to do everything we can that he's not the Democratic nominee. It happened again. When I was heating up my soup tonight, I heard that same scratching, and sure enough, the Zarup was outside. I dragged my chair in front of the door, but it didn't try to break through. It just poked around the weed patch and stared at me through the window. What does it want? Do Zarups always bother people like this? Worse yet, why do I sometimes feel tempted to let it in? I keep having this dream about it. I'm always sitting at my table and the Zarup is there, and we're looking at a loaf of bread on a plate. When I reach for the bread, I wake up. It's as if it's the same Zarup, and it's just curious. What if it's hungry? I mean, what could it hurt? What am I thinking? This place has scrambled my head.
Anything juicy?
She's been having dreams about a Zarib. What do you make of that?
Maybe it has something to do with that wall painting in the other room. Let's check it out.
Yeah, so I'm Tom. It's not a reason to like despair. It's just a reason to be like, fuck Gavin Newsom. All my homies hate Gavin Newsom. We're gonna make sure he doesn't win. You know, we're gonna organize even harder to make sure you know, someone good actually wins instead of someone bad.
Worth that rock!
Oh no, don't! Beyond safe!
I leveled up
Another
by
win.
murdering.
But who's counting?
What's a short, quippy, anti-Gavin phrase I can write on my protest sign? I don't know. Sorry. I believe in you. I think you can figure that one out. Is this Avowed? No, this is Avowed, Distron. Oh. Wait, is this, remember I read that book about, like, split souls? Is that White Zarip and, like, the lady who lived here? Are they, like, literal soulmates? He just wanted to come in and say hi to, like, his other half? Oh no, I think I know what happened. You guys need to smooch! You guys need to smooch a romance quest! Yes, thoughtful chittering indeed. Did they go and live in the woods? No, the lady got freaked out and left her house. Is my understanding. Is there a way to get up to that house? I always want to be able to climb ivy. Okay, so your house is just needlessly tall. Okay, got it. Got it. There's not like a second floor up there. Okay. Did I check out Split Fiction? Yeah, I want to play it with my partner. I think it'd be really fun. What are all those dead bodies? My victims. They're like lizard people. Beep boop.
Worth that rock! Worth that rock!
Go. Right off the cliff. Almost off the cliff. Oh, I did level up though. I can level up now. I can be my true self. if I remember. Oh, okay, that throws a grenade. That's good. That's good to know. It's good to know that that button throws grenades. There we go. Okay, level 3. Do I just keep putting points into intellect? I don't see why not. I don't see why I'd stop putting points into intellect. Okay. We're on Wizard, and we have 1 point available. Take a look. Veil. Armored Essence. Decreases the essence penalty for light and medium armor. Oh, I didn't know there was a penalty. Okay, good to know. Chill Blades.
With all the airplane stuff going on, I've been debating whether or not I should still fly to Denmark to watch the GeoGuessr 2025 World Championship. I went last year and don't want to miss this one.
Well, yeah, I imagine you'd be relatively okay going, but like, I totally understand being freaked out to fly. You know, like, it is not a fun time to contemplate that. Food restores 20% more health. Ooh. Parry, perfect. Perfect block. Steady aim, evasive. Charge. I don't think I want any of this. I guess I'll just go glass cannon. Just going full glass cannon up in here. Also, Malin Miller, thanks for the $10 super chat. I very much appreciate it. And, yeah, I mean, obviously you have to make that choice for yourself, but, like, I get it. Airplanes are really scary right now. A graveyard! A
Bad luck to
graveyard!
hang around a graveyard. Maybe we should move on.
Stop being a scaredy cat. Let's go steal from the dead. Hello?
Who the fuck? Huh. If it isn't a damn godlike, here in the flesh.
Sup?
That's no godlike. There aren't any godlikes around anymore.
Seriously, Tiny? Do you not see that face? Use your fucking eyes for once.
I still don't like it when you call me that.
Tiny's got a point, though. Thought your kind had vanished.
Clearly not.
Though, I don't recognize whose godlike you are, with whatever that is on your face. Now, is there a reason you're here, besides being a pain in my ass and holding up our job?
Honestly, I'm just looking around. Maybe pay respects to the dead.
Then I recommend you look around elsewhere. No need for this to get ugly.
Go find your own grave to loot. This is our claim.
You seem to be nervous, big guy. Perhaps we can work something out.
We can? I mean,
Nope, Don't you pull this shit again, Tiny.
This was all the boss's idea, not mine. I never even wanted to be a looter. Man's gotta eat.
You little shit!
You have until your friends are dead. I'd get moving if I were you. God, what? Fine. Get out of here.
Thank you. Ma would thank you too.
You know this was your last chance, Tiny. If I ever see you again.
She's so mad. Whoa, 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 whoa! Why are you fighting? Nothing I did indicated that we were gonna fight. You stay away from me. Stay right out of here. All right. I'm sorry. I did not want to murder you. I was just thinking maybe I could buy your claim or something. I did not anticipate the murder. Anyway, Subil, the stranger, aimless, poor, untethered, you drop dead at our gates, a pilgrim from parts unknown. Even if no one misses you, your stone will remember you always. Well, not too shabby. Elmhurst, twisted till the end, evil to the core. A cautionary tale of nightmarish struggle and broken promises. You laughed at death, and now silence reigns. Sick, helpless Henloth, you died for the community you built. May the legacy of your people be your legacy to share. May their children's children stand in place of the family you never had. Rest in peace, sweet prince. Ingrid, formidable beloved Ingrid, may you rest in Wodika's charred embrace. May death wash away your scars. May you find in your next life what eluded you in this one. In memory of Hendrik Granshaw, here I lie upon the moor. Here I lie because I'm poor. For a greater stone, the more they pay. But here I lie as warm as they. Ooh, an axe. Oh.
I'll never rob a grave again, I swear.
Yes, that was the intended lesson. That is why everyone you know just died. Turn your life around. Knave. No, Tiny is alive. Tiny is still fine. You were the one robbing graves? Well, yes, I did wind up doing the grave robbing. That is true. But my intent was to come to a reasonable arrangement even with that fine young entrepreneur, and instead she attacked me so callously. This is why anarcho-capitalism will never work. Anyway, time to steal from more graves. Did I just wander back to the city? I think I did. Oh no, this is a new city. Okay. Okay. investigate the cabin. Oh, and I can fast travel. That's nice. Who are the tall blue people? I don't know. They're kind of like fishmen. Fishmen. They're covered in scales. Oh, did I need to interact with this wall? Yeah, there we go.
I'm no art critic, but I've never seen a mural like that.
They just
Looks
want to
like,
dance.
An elf and Zarup holding hands. What do you see?
Well, it's certainly not enchanted.
Why don't we ask Tehengen about it? It's her house. She ought to know something.
Yeah. Darhengen. Is there castle doctrine in this world? Stand your ground laws? You know, I genuinely have no idea. I think it's a very loosey-goosey law world. Sup, I went to your house. You have a lizard man soulmate.
Oh, please tell me I can go home now.
I found... Well, they made themselves at home. They've even painted on your wall.
Painted? Why would they do that?
It's true. It looked just like you. Not sure they got your eyes right, though.
It didn't?
So, they've made it their territory. We'll never get them out.
You have an arcane connection with one of the Zareps, don't you?
You're... Alright, you're not wrong. But it may
Hi,
be
Jack.
more than that.
Hi, chat. Just
you
found
ever
out my
felt
dad bought a
aimless?
Tesla and I have
Like you
feelings
wanna
about
have a
it.
purpose, but you
Anyway,
don't.
here is money.
Like you do anything to
BWA.
find out why you're meant to
Well,
be
very
here.
nice, Jack. Thank you for the $5 dono. I understand how that would be complicated feelings-wise. No one is meant for anything, Tehengen. We decide our purpose for ourselves.
I'd love to. I'm not good at anything, no matter what I put my mind to. An animancer told me that I might have half a soul. I finally had an answer. The question was, who got the other half?
It's a lizard man!
I thought if I could meet this person and see what they were like, I might gain some purpose or something. And then I came here and found a Zorip.
It's amazing. You might be the only one in the world with a Zarep twin.
But what do I do about it? How do I not think about what I can never have? I'm so... I've got to find some meaning in all this. I can't go back and I can't go forward. I'm just stuck here. Lost. Again.
Spend time with the Zarep. It could be the only way you ever find peace.
Are you serious?
Yeah. I've heard of stranger soul twins than this, if you believe it. You'll be fine.
How could anything be worse than a Zorip?
You want to hear the story about the Vithrak?
And they live to tell the tale? Maybe I do have a chance. I'll go. I'll be brave. I'll find it. I really hope you're right. Oh, I forgot. You still deserve to be paid for your time, if nothing else. I didn't think... Well, it's nice to get help from an Adiran. I'll say that much.
We did it. Okay, wait. What is this accessory? Accessory that you gave me. I'm gonna have a lot of fun with the fashion in this game, I can already tell. Vindictive Brand. Laced Strike. Critical hits deal poison damage. Huh. Alright. Not mad at it.
I'd hate to be in your shoes, Envoy.
Okay.
Protect that pretty face. Armor and shields for sale, Envoy.
You got any
Time to
cute clothes,
resupply.
though? You got some cute booties for me? Some fine plate armor. Wayfarer's gloves. They're kind of cute. I do have enough to buy them. Common Gambison. Maybe I'll get these Wayfarer gloves.
Welcome back. What can Daggerda do for you?
I'm looking at your wares. Gonna buy some stew from you. You are out of stew, I see. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're gonna go check out that lady and that Zarup are happy together, okay? We gotta know. You can make your own stew. With money, I can buy the ingredients to make stew. Hello, Kalishna. They're not smooching in here yet. I'm not really sure what the relationship is between soul twins. Like, do they seek each other out to like smooch each other? Do they just like being around each other? Does one of them need to kill the other in order to become whole again? Like, what's their deal? It doesn't seem to be a smoochy thing. I'm disappointed to such an extreme degree. There's not a lot of smoochy in this game. Table flip! I demand smooches. I mean, I'll live, but like, damn it. I like when my characters smooch. Hiya! Ah!
Even Pargruna walls can't stand against this place.
Just casually walk up and steal an entire roast off a campfire. Run away.
Take your best shot. Next one's mine.
God, they're so fast. So fast and skittery.
Another glorious battle.
We're not done. We just walked inside. This will be fine. Surely nothing bad will happen when I open this chest. We're just gonna drink some booze.
We're set rough!
That's all you got!
We're set rough! We're set rough!
Good one! You're not looking so good.
Beyond sync!
Oh, I'm poisoned. That would be why.
Beyond sync! Ulfen! We're set rough! Beyond sync!
Whew. Now you can quip about how we won a glorious battle. That was a lot of spiders. EP hours? Hello, Brandon the Chihuahua. I will do my best. Thank you for the raid. All I want for Christmas is your head. Intonation really matters when people interpret words.
We're set rough!
Oh my god, dude.
Nice shot!
There we go. You ran right by the guy who was trying to kill me, guy. You need to have my back and my front. You need to have both parts.
Mogren's Fury. Keep it away from gunpowder, or you'll be as bald as me.
Okay. The party members are pretty useless. I'm having a fun time with this game, but yeah, there are definitely some spots where improvements could be made.
Quiet as the depths.
We're set rough!
This one's mine.
We're set rough!
Oh god.
Ulfen!
I'm really glad I cast that that spell. Gives me a little bit extra armor.
We're set, go!
There we go. Ow. Steel garrote boots? Huzzah! Huzzah forever! I think. Looks like a... Hey! What's the thing? Let's go. Maxims of Pargrunen the Sixth. In older lands, it was said, place the doing before the telling. Place the active work before the boast to history. Now it is written in blood. Record all your efforts, be they triumph or tangent, for the record shall outlast the work, and the word shall be more precious than the act. The taste of the blood is, the craft must not die with the craftsman. Yeah, we're playing Aroused, indeed. The video game Aroused. The Bimeo game. I'm not wearing the right outfit for that joke tonight, though. What I do like about Obsidian is how different the games they make are, you know? Like, this doesn't feel like New Vegas, this doesn't feel like The Outer Worlds, it you know? Like, it's interesting. They're always trying something new. And it always is cool in some kind of way. You know, even if it's not exactly my thing.
Beyond sync!
Next one's mine.
Huzzah!
Pargrunen built these walls and much of Paris centuries. Much of their work
On your right. Point for you.
We're set, go!
You can take those guys, right, Garrus? Oh, he might be out of step. I thought he'd be okay because he has, you know, an American weapon. Yeah, you know, that thing.
We're set, go!
Okay, you should be okay now. Isn't every outfit the right outfit? There's encumbrance in this game. Damn it! I was hoping there wasn't. Just back in town to sell all my stuff. unable to sprint. Oh man, this is my max walking speed.
Sorry.
Oh man. Oh man. Oh. Whoo!
We're setting rough!
Here we go. Next one's mine. Nothing like a win with a good team.
Good team. Okay, at least the jumping is marginally faster. I'll hop my way through the game. Why are you walking so slow? Because I became encumbered. I'm carrying too many things. It's the game telling me I need to go to the store and sell my wares. And yet, look at how nimble I am. Don't sell stuff, break it down. Okay, maybe I'll give that a shot. Hold to break down. Okay. Grimoire of greater elemental mastery. Ho ho ho, dear readers. It looks like I need to level up some more before I use it though. Okay. Alright. There we go.
Beyond sync! We're setting rough! We're setting rough!
Whoa, what was that? That was so cool! What was that?
Beyond sync!
I don't know what I did. That was really neat. Also, I need to level up. I guess I keep putting points into intellect. I will be the smartest lady in all the lands. Grimoire Mastery. Maybe I'll upgrade this Jolting Touch. Huzzah. Okay. See ya, Ellen Smith. I'm playing Aroused, Pluvius. And by that I mean a video game called Avowed. I'm hearing a grunt and groaning. It's asleep. I don't need to bother that guy. Just a cute little sleeping bear. Now these are not bears.
Show me what you got.
sir.
A rot seeps through here. Who poisons us? We cannot see.
It's me. I'm the rot. Trapper's log. We shouldn't be seeing bears in Dawn Shore, not this time of year. Either the season's gone mad or the bears have. Tracked one of them to the Pillar of Adra. My imagination was the creature praying. Something was very wrong out here. It'd be dangerous to sneak in for a closer look, but danger never stopped me before.
I'm always telling visitors we're not as crazy as they've heard.
Kai, I literally just finished reading a log of a trapper where he talked about sneaking off to spy on bears preying. Kai, do you understand how insane you just came across with that comment? My lord.
Odd. Didn't used to be this overgrown. I can take care of that if you want.
I can take care of that if you want. Ooh la la. I can take care of you if you want me to. Just eating some food, eating some food. Eating some food. Cool.
I got a bad feeling about whatever that bear's chomping on.
Fine.
Right behind you.
Oh, I just, you know,
That's a bad way to go.
I could just kill things like that, I guess. Don't ask me questions about it. Good morning, Mithril. Beware of children who would take your egg. No child's
It's
taking
almost
my
like the
egg, not
brambles
over
are
my dead body.
that house.
Oh, that's another bear. There we go. I'm a bear murderer. Merchant's Journal. Something's changed in the Living Lands. Used to be that an honest merchant could come and go as they please. Now, if it isn't the Zaurups, it's the bears. And if it isn't the bears, it's the bandits. And if it isn't the bandits, it's the tree folk. Feels like civilization's getting pushed out like a sliver of glass. So, enough is enough. I'm hopping onto the first ship back to the Eastern Reach. Might as well stop and gather some mushrooms on my way out so it isn't a total loss. There we go. Plot twist. It was a total loss of his life. Yeah, I'm having a good time. I haven't gotten too deep into it, so like, there's no waterfall treasure. Unless... No.
Western Rock! Western Rock!
There we go.
The scourge invades. Claw it out.
What?
It breathes. It is close.
What? Hey, lady. Lady, let's just talk about this. Look, I'm just a humble country grave robber, all right? I'm here to make a deal, okay? Not here to kill anybody. I just want to, like, I don't know, find someone to smooch.
That's the Claviger. What happened?
Are you blind? We're being hunted. Get rid of the band. We'll talk after.
Claviger Almond. Unfortunately, I cannot dispatch any of my animancers to your grove. Not until you can guarantee the safe passage. The Adiran presence in Paradis has complicated our diplomatic relations, but you already knew that when you built them. An embassy. Ignacy Vidaro, governor of Fior Mesiverno.
Are you blind? We're being hunted. Get rid of the band. We'll talk after.
I don't like you. What's that noise? Eating some roasted chicken. Eating some apples. Gonna get all my stuff back. Do 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 do. I'm glad your tummy is feeling better, Amber Brains. Gonna go. Oh, okay. I guess this wasn't the stealth.
Beyond Sync! Western Rock! Beyond Sync!
Oh god, you can shoot lasers.
Western Rock! Western Rock! Western Rock! Western Rock!
Oh, that is like a... Okay, so if I hit them enough, I get like a...
Beyond Sync!
I see. If I hit them enough and build up that yellow meter...
Western Rock! Western Rock!
well done.
What happened to that bear? I was just getting warmed up.
What happened to that bear? I was just getting warmed up. Uh-huh. Oof. Alright. Time to loot the battlefield.
Poor bastard. One of Ludwine's toy soldiers. I never even learned their name. Not that it would have done us any good.
Yeah, fuck names. In this world, they're having a they're not having a pronoun backlash. They're having a backlash to the concept of names. Why is that bear so hard to kill? I think because he was a super bear.
Oh, my savior. Oh, thank the gods. Your arrival couldn't have been more timely.
Wink, don't thank the gods, thank me. Oh, the flirting is so bad in this game. It's so bad, but in like a cheesy way where I'm still endeared to it. You know? Yeah, Danny Boy the Great, this is my first time playing. You call this timely? People have died.
Good people. And a good Claviger. And a capable one. Eamon was no stranger to these wilds. He seemed worried last time we spoke. Now I see why.
Ambassador Falchion Heelguard at your service. And you must be our Imperial envoy. Better late than never, I say.
I have an urgent missive from the Emperor for you, Ambassador.
Keep it close until we're back at the embassy. I prefer to take bad news in the comfort of my office. Aren't you going to introduce me to your capable companion? Can he be trusted?
Keep talking like that, Ambassador, and Kai might start mistrusting us.
I found it pays to be prudent about the company you keep in Paradise. The Empire doesn't have many friends on these shores.
Hey, not with that attitude.
I'm charmed. I take it you had business with the Claviger? Poor fellow. It was the bear that killed him, of course. This wilderness has been a little too wild of late.
That bear had the Dream Scourge. I'm sure of it.
I'm no woodsman, but I'm inclined to agree. We heard alarming reports of a blight in the wilderness, and a strange corruption moving toward the city. The changes in the ecosystem are expected, but this one was progressing too rapidly to ignore. We tracked the corruption all the way here, but all we found was that creature gone mad.
It's not madness, it's an illness, a malady of the soul.
So, the rumors of plague were true. The situation is more dire than I imagined. We need a plan of action before whatever this is consumes the living lands.
We are here. Come to us. Commune with us. We have waited for you. Come.
Okay.
What's the matter? Can you hear me?
Just a bit lightheaded after the fight. It'll pass.
Well, that's encouraging. The Emperor trusts your judgment, and so do I. Whatever you think is best, I'll support it. You know something of our troubles. That much is clear. What would you have us do?
What if the Ardra is the source of the blight in the Strangleroot?
You suspect a connection. Interesting. Ardra is said to be filled with essence, soul stuff. Maybe the essence will respond to a godlike's touch. Oh, just be careful. The Emperor would never forgive me if anything happened to you.
Take it slow. We'll be right here.
Okay. I'm gonna go touch that rock all over with my little handses. It's a big chunk of aggro, though.
It is you. Come closer. We feared you were but a dream. We wake from seasons of slumber. We have been waiting.
I'm gonna touch that nice hard rock. You've been speaking to me since Fort Northreach. What do you want?
We were drowning in our nightmares for so long. Your hand was a branch. Escape. We reached for you. And you are familiar to us. Our memories are fractured. But you too are alone in your strangeness.
Alone in my strangeness, indeed. If I'm familiar to you, do you know whose godlike I am?
Godlike? This term means nothing to us. But why would you belong to another, shackled to their will? Shackled like us to rot and corruption. It spreads and festers and seeps and crawls. Poor bear. Poor us. Poor you.
Fort Northreach, the bear, this place. It's all the same plague, isn't it?
Yes. The air sings with its spores. It is everywhere. We can feel it. We fear it. We can see where it spreads. It is an infection. A foreign body invades. The host fights back. We feel the pain of this intrusion. It overwhelms us. If an animal sickens after a fight, as it howls and sings its agony, what do you do?
Close the wound, disinfect it, heal it.
Nurse it. Care for it. Grow it like the vines. We were loved once, perhaps. We remember, almost. A thought, like motion in the water.
Look, I came to see what's wrong with the Strangleroot. Can you help me or not?
The rot festers. We could suck the poison out, let green things grow in its place, and we could give you the gift of our healing touch. But a favor for a favor. Would you help us in return when we ask it?
It depends. What do you want?
We offer you the power to heal and be healed, and you would wheedle and bargain? Decide. Do you wish this power or not?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I asked. I want to know whether or not this is gonna kill me or not. I want to know if you're like, we want a blood sacrifice. Yes, I'll help you.
A favor for a favor, then. This place shall heal, and you shall know our power. We tire. New again this world. New again words. We will find you.
I'm gonna suck all that poison out of this hard rock. Oh. Dream Touch heals and revives all nearby allies and deals damage over time to nearby Delimgan, Dream Thralls, and Vessels. Cool.
Incredible. Envoy, I don't know what you did, but that was miraculous.
Cool.
You all right? You look like you were in a trance for several minutes.
What happened? What can you recall? Spare no detail.
I experienced a metaphysical spasm followed by a brief vision.
An attack on your very soul. Such an event could have killed someone, or worse.
Be careful where you go saying that. Nowadays, that kind of talk makes people nervous.
Inquisitor Ludwine will need to hear of this. I've agreed to share my findings with the
Garrus,
Steel
get
Garrote,
her.
as long as they do the same. Not that she has any interest in ecology. Ludwine is obsessed with our security. Sees enemies lurking around every corner.
I don't like that he and I are wearing the same outfit. Shouldn't the Steel Garrote report to us?
The Steel Garrote provide us some much-needed protection, but they answer only to themselves. We have our interest in the Living Lands, and they have theirs. A mutually beneficial arrangement. Stay out of their way, and they'll return the favor.
Understood.
We'll talk more at the embassy. I'll ensure the Paradise Militia give you free passage into the city. Envoy, what you've done here is truly amazing. Let's keep up the good work, eh?
I don't trust
Just
this
watch
guy.
your step. There
This
are
guy,
swaths
it
of the city
seems
barely
smarmy.
more civilized than this.
Equipment upgrade available. Visit party camp to upgrade. What is the party camp? The bearded man. Blue man is trustworthy. as
Whatever
hell.
the Inquisitors like, she can't be trusted. Can she? You are full of surprises, Envoy. I'd heard God Knights have strange powers, but I've never known one to heal an entire grove. Guess your Emperor really did send the right person for the job, huh?
Thanks.
Still, you have your work cut out for you in Paradise. Enjoy the calm while you can. Let's talk the next time we're at camp.
Okay.
I think I should know more about it.
Ho ho ho. Do you want to know
The
more
path to
about me?
Paradise is a tad overgrown, but I can find my way back.
Party camp. There we go. Time to party. Enchant unique weapon. Unique weapon from the left side of the screen. Choose to replace a replacement for its primary enchantment. Okay. Requires materials and currency. Good to know. And I have nothing to do that with, so...
I haven't seen this much excitement in a while. Perhaps I've got you to thank for bringing it with you, Envoy.
You're flirting with me, Garrus. I see through you. I see through you! Alright. Unflinching duty. I don't think I have anything really worth upgrading at this point. Recipes? Aw, hell yeah. Upgrade your wand? Yeah, but like, don't I want to do that on like a cool wand instead of like just a normal wand?
You know, for most people, getting sent to the Living Lands is a punishment. But, according to Cynric, you're the personal envoy of the Emperor of Adir himself. Quite a position.
I'm an accomplished scholar of the arcane. The Emperor often turns to me with questions that lack easy answers.
You must have gone through one of Adir's famous academies. I can't imagine you had time for much other than your studies, so tell me, is this your first time getting dirt under your fingernails?
Should I assume you've never read a book?
Fair enough. I didn't mean to offend. What I really want to know, since hard questions are your specialty, is why the Emperor would send his best scholar all the way to the Living Lands.
I'm investigating the Dream Scourge.
Oh, that almost does sound like a punishment. I don't know how you investigate a so-called plague of the soul, so better you than me. Being a godlike, I don't suppose your patron deity gives you any unique insights into matters of the soul, do they?
Don't even know who they are.
I thought every godlike knew their god. That's one of the stranger things I've heard. And out here, that's saying something. Sorry, these are unusual times.
What do you mean?
Now that we've seen the Dream Scourge, I understand what the fuss is about. Refugees are flooding in from outlying regions. The guards are restricting access to the city. And people are making offerings to the gods for everything from hangovers to indigestion, just in case.
Yeah, it's Garrus Vicarian. That's why I'm here, to find the source and to put a stop to it.
I like your confidence, just be careful how you express it. Unfortunately, the presence of so many Adiran troops and the rumored exploits of the Steel Garrote Paladins supporting them is only making a tense situation worse. I think that's why the Clavenger accompanied your ambassador.
I can understand the tension. Foreign troops are rarely a welcome sight.
Exactly. Paradise has been quiet lately, but I don't know how long that'll last. We're talking about an island that has been largely settled by nomads, exiles, and dissidents. People who tend to be suspicious of authority. But what about you? What's your stake in things? Besides your orders, of course.
I want to help. I'm gonna stop this Dream Scourge, one way or another.
Someone once told me you need more than a little crazy to last out here. I get the feeling you'll fit right in. I'll let you get some rest, but thanks for talking. It's good to be part of a squad again, even if it's just for a while.
I've got questions about you, though.
Good thing you're asking the expert.
You're originally from Ruatai?
What gave it away? My finely pointed teeth, or the striking blue of my scales?
I'd say it's your exquisite skull range. No, I'm not gonna say that. Why leave Ruatai?
The real question is why not? Rauatai's hardly a hospitable environment. Many of us end up settling elsewhere, or making a living on the go. That's where you get the popular image of the Amawa bodyguard or mercenary.
I've been to Rauatai. I remember the near-constant storms.
Then you must have come during our sunny season. Lashed by storms and battered by waves. We call it the rough country. And old trenchers say it's made us who we are.
Trenchers?
We do a lot of digging for irrigation, drainage, warfare, the occasional village tournament. Anyone from Rauatai has spent enough time in some kind of hole in the ground to be on a first-name basis with the worms. So, trenchers. Those of us who leave are scramble roots, hardy weeds that can survive just about anywhere.
Sounds like an unpleasant place to live.
Then it won't surprise you that many leave. And not just because of the hardships. The land can't support everyone. Not that we don't do our damnedest to beat it into shape. Our coral masons have built living harbors and fortifications along the coast to protect our ships and shelter our cities. For all our shortage of fertile soil, Rauatai's land is abundant in saltpeter, copper, iron, most of the other materials you need to outfit your military with weapons and cannons. We value struggling and striving together. It helped us survive and build one of the most powerful navies in Aora.
Rautai's prosperity has become the envy of the other old empires.
It's been hard-won across a variety of conquests, cooperatives, and trading colonies. Some of the traditionalists worry that prosperity is making us as complacent and soft-handed as our rivals. Same as traditionalists everywhere. Me, I prefer the simplicity of the living lands. Kill the thing that's trying to kill you, and hope it has some edible meat on it.
When did you come to Paradis?
That must have been 6 years ago now. I guess I was drifting, looking for a change.
A change from what?
I was living in a settlement called Thirdborn. It's a rugged little place, lots of Rauataian expatriates.
You still haven't told me why you left.
You're pretty nosy, aren't you?
Yes.
And I thought that Inquisitor was intimidating. Things just didn't work out there. Let's leave it at that.
That's all. I'll leave you to it.
Holler if you need anything else.
Alright, I've been told I should upgrade this common wand so that it could become slightly less common. I need more branches. Aw, jeez. Come on, jeez, Rick. There we go. I upgraded it. I now have
Hilgard doesn't seem like
a
the kind of man
slightly
you'd
more
send to the
powerful
frontier, does
wand.
he? You seem much better suited to it.
All right. Somebody once told me the world was gonna roll me. I hate the sharpest tool in the shed. She's looking kind of dumb with a finger and a thumb in the shape of an L on her forehead. Years start coming and they don't stop coming. You hit the ground running. Die, beetle, die! Huzzah! I have killed 2 beetles.
We make a good squad.
All that glitters is gold. Even shooting stars. You can craft rarer materials out of base ones. That's cool. Hiya!
Not bad. It's got natural light, right on the river, just needs a little upkeep.
Crumbling Gardener's Log. The pages of this decades-old journal are yellowed and brittle. Much of it is illegible. My god. But you can make out the following entry clearly. The soil's been stubborn lately, like it's got a secret to keep. Hopefully these newcomers from the Republics will be able to provide some help. I've heard that some of the best aeromancers in the old country has to offer are here now. No answer yet to my letter, but I'm sure they'll respond soon. They wouldn't leave a fellow Valian in the dark, right? Others have been saying that maybe we should just pack up and throw in our lot with Fjord. I don't know. On the one hand, they could probably use some extra manpower. On the other, this is our home. I'm not going to give up on it so easily, I will. Nailed it. Nailed it. Totally normal gardener voice. Running and 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 running. Okay, here we go.
Wilds are getting deadlier by the day.
How we doing, folks? You all doing all right? You having a good time? Is this too chill? Am I not engaging enough with you? Do I need to apply the dentist system? Oh man, this doesn't look like well. Oh. Die! One for you! Got him.
Careful. Looks like spiders.
Boom. Got him. I ain't afraid of no spider. I ain't afraid of no bed. This is honestly a pretty bad day, but being here cheered me up a bit. I'm glad! You should feel some amount of cheer, because you know what? Things are better today than they were yesterday, and you know, Maybe things will be better tomorrow than they were today. That'd be pretty nice. I like feeling like that is a possibility. You being cute, Gorlstrummer? Thank you, Danny Pueda, great. Is this PC only? Nah, it's on Xbox. I think it might be on, PS5? But it's on Xbox Game Pass, so if you have Game Pass, you can play it on PC or your Xbox One X. I think it's only on Xbox One X. I don't think it's on Xbox One.
Beyond sync!
Huzzah! I cast my everything die move. Huzzah! Wait till you play Rogue Trader. Is Rogue Trader good? It came out and I didn't hear anything, so I slept on it for a while. But I do have Rogue Trader on.
What's that rock?
Ow. Stop it.
This used to be a good fishing spot, until something started dragging people away.
Rogue Trader is a 40k game? Yeah. Play as a rogue trader.
What's that rock?
Nice shot!
What's that?
Look up, Envoy.
What's that rock?
To your left!
Beyond sync!
Those Arabs must have been scavenging supplies too.
Ooh, second floor goods. Second floor goods, baby. Time to figure out how to get on this house.
We might be able to reach it from outside. Oh, look, Paradise ladder. When heated, the resin forms a hard coat that strengthens weapons and armor.
Huzzah! Do I like turn-based RPGs? I do. I like most RPGs. I almost said all, but I like most RPG forms. I like strategy. I like role-playing. I like stories. Also, folks, if you're enjoying the stream, please hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and consider dropping those subs,
Really,
donos,
it's
memberships, super chats,
Someone was
etc.
actually brazen enough
So I can
to sneak
afford
into
to
the
buy
camp for
some
this.
cute outfits for the stream.
People are angry. They can't see how much good we've done for everyone since we got here. They'll come around, though.
Yeah.
Maybe you guys
I
shouldn't
just
be
hope
evil.
Inquisitor Ludwig and the Steel Garrote don't see this and take matters into their own hands.
Agreed. Nobody deserves to die for this. And that's exactly what would happen to those bloody fools. Whoever did this, better pray to all the gods that they aren't discovered.
Whoever did what? Oh. I see. I was missing the graffiti.
The gall of these locals.
Is there? I guess there's no downside to setting up a party camp.
After your voyage, it must be nice to spend the night on dry land. Personally, I've always found the rocking of a ship to be soothing. As long
What's all this then? What's all this then? Claviger's Landing.
It's a fine day for adventuring.
Something tells me you won't be getting that compensation.
It's a fine day for an adventure.
The Living Lands are a dangerous place.
What do you think you're doing? Nice to see you again. How can Volter be of assistance?
Does this have online play? I don't think it does, but I'm not sure. Okay, he doesn't sell any upgrade weapon or upgrade materials.
Time to resupply.
Yeah. I'm gonna buy all your lockpicks. And I'm also gonna buy... Wait. Power attacks deal 5% bonus fire damage. That's pretty cool. Think about it. Do you got any sticks? You gonna sell me any sticks? I need sticks for my wand. Nope. Okay. Alright.
Piss off. Don't test me.
I could pick that lock. But I should just get the warehouse key. Got any death sticks? Oop.
Sometimes I wonder whether it's worth the fight.
Death sticks arrows. Death sticks are, it's a reference to Star Wars.
Well, well. If it isn't the new arrival. So eager to make a name for herself.
Got a cute outfit. If, you know, you bathed or washed your clothes. Do we have a problem?
We have a problem, all right. And I've got the solution tucked in my sheath.
Unless you're hearing that from a handsome stranger in the bathhouse, it's usually an invitation to trouble. And not as fun as the kind you get into in the steam.
Oh my god.
Me and Pod, we aren't
Garrus.
so fond of Outlanders. Especially ones looking as strange as you. For all we know, you're one of those sick bastards. A plague carrier. A blight on our fair city.
I see we've arrived at the paranoid yokel stage of the outbreak.
Hey, boss. If she's really sick, maybe we shouldn't get too close.
Shut it, Pod. Let me do the talking.
You're doing great so far. Really menacing.
No one brings the plague into my town, Outlander. No one. At least you can die knowing it wasn't personal.
Are you seriously about to try and kill me? Hey, Pod, you're no killer. Get out of here and I'll let you off with a warning.
Pod isn't going anywhere. Are you, kid?
I don't know.
Think of it this way. You aren't her first lackey, or her last.
Is that true?
Well...
I can't do this anymore. Thieving and killing, it's just not in my blood.
You ungrateful nitwit! Once I'm done with the Outlander, I'm coming after you.
Good. I was getting tired of listening to them anyway.
You're mine now!
And goofs were goofed, lady.
Beyond sync!
Nice! Who's ready for more?
You'll pay a handsome bounty for information on the Deerin Ambassador. Their daily schedule, their preferred wine. Nothing is beneath our interest, and everything has a price. Alright. I just love killing. What's over here, then? Fellowship Harbor? Is it right next to the Ring Harbor?
There it is again.
Get a hold of yourself. There's nothing down there, right?
There is. I heard it stirring. Watch your step. There's something beneath us.
Looks like we're gonna have to go on a sewer adventure.
You're finally here. Where's the rest of your unit?
They shouldn't be far behind. They...
What's the matter with you?
Sorry, man.
What kind of hero gets you?
This one, apparently. God, that was so long.
Got to sort this bunch out somehow.
Ah! Ha ha ha! There we go. That's how we get down here.
Beyond sync!
Next one's mine!
We did it! Bustin' makes me feel good! Bustin', 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 bustin' makes me feel good. Feel good. Bustin' makes me feel good. Don't sell your gear, break it down in camp. That does sound like a good idea from what I've seen so far. Bustin' makes me feel good. Hey, hey-ya! I killed the ghosts in your basement.
Unless you found the missing key, I can't really talk right now.
Okay, the key is missing. Also, apparently no one minds if I steal. Kind of takes some of the thrill out of it. I just want to feel something, damn it. I wonder if the key is in the water somewhere. ship drops something near a harbor, I too would drop it. You were playing with paper and now you're playing with stickers? Hell yeah, that sounds like a great time. This book has clearly been read often. The lettering on its spine is faded and the pages are frayed. One page in particular is dog-eared and the book opens to it naturally, almost as if it expected you to navigate here specifically. An excerpt from this page catches your eye. It is dark as the Mequin hurried across the palace grounds to the royal stables. Court had adjourned for the evening, and the sun had retreated below the horizon hours ago. The hood of her cloak was pulled up tight over her head, concealing her features. Turning a corner, the Mequin's heart skipped a beat in her chest as she spied a pair of patrolling royal guards headed straight for her. She quickly ducked back out of sight and pressed herself up against the wall, breath held and heart threatening to burst straight out of her chest. Whether it was thanks to the guards' obliviousness, the Mequin's quick thinking, or just sheer luck, the pair walked right past the spot where their queen hid. Only after the guards were nearly out of sight did the Mequin release her breath with a shudder. Once she had regained her composure, the Mequin crossed the remainder of the grounds to the royal stables. As she stepped inside, she felt a tightness in her chest as she laid eyes once more upon the Emperor's master of horses. Her olive skin and almond eyes betrayed her Natlan heritage, and her wavy black hair cascaded down her back. And when she spoke, her voice was low and husky. I hope you did not run into any trouble on your way here, I hope. The Mequin's only reply was to hasten over to her paramour and throw her arms around her. There she stood, with her lover in her arms, for an eternity that was over all too quickly. Releasing a contented breath, the Mequin looked up to lock eyes with the master of horses. No trouble at all. Though you know I would defy the gods themselves to be here with you, Kestali. Kestali let out one of those low chuckles that the Mequin had come to find so endearing. I know, darling, I know, she whispered, and eagerly pulled the Mequin with her to her bedchambers. You must be sweltering in that cloak. Let's get you out of it. This is indeed avowed! Razby! Pussy makes me feel good. Bussin' feels good. You love scrapbooking? Scrapbooking is fun. Underrated activity.
A new arrival? Good! Maybe you can help us settle a disagreement.
Aight. Go on, I'm listening.
I say the Vailian galleon is the best ship on the seas, while these uncultured swine champions the raw Italian junk.
Junk can hold more cannons, more deckhands, and more crew.
Tack's better, too. A junk could outrun a galleon any day.
The galleon has a stronger hull.
At the cost of its sails, which fall apart in a light breeze.
You see our predicament?
The junk's advanced firepower makes it a better ship.
It's not the power. It's the firing speed that makes all the difference.
What did I tell you? If the junk is good enough for the Adirian envoy, it's good enough for anyone.
One of these days I'll prove you both wrong. On the open seas, a squall filling my sails.
Here, you can have the coin I bet on this argument. Matters less to me than being right.
Everyone's entitled to their opinion, even if they're wrong.
No. See, the thing you needed to do right there is to comment about how weird it was that guy just gave me
With all
money
the new
for no
folks
reason.
in town, it's been harder to get a good day's catch.
Bussin' makes me feel good.
throw the load out. There's a curse on these waters.
Yeah. Curse this, curse that. You guys and your curses.
Welcome, Adiran. Something you need?
How did you know I'm a Deeren?
You have that look about you. You carry yourself like you have something to teach us. I don't mean anything by it. Your money spends as good as anyone else's.
I'd like to see your wares. Bussin', 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 bussin' feels good. Huzzah! I'll be a living god!
Even here, you can't beat the view.
You don't deserve walls. Tim Walls. Here we go. Ellie. Climbing around the shanty town. Got a lot to do and see. Let's see here. Health potion. Oh god. Okay. Okay, that was close. Too close.
Hello? Please, we don't want any trouble.
Hello?
Who is that, Lovely? I hear unfamiliar footsteps, love.
Visitors, dearest. No one we know. Sorry for that. My husband's recently lost his sight. He's easily confused. Can I help you with something?
Can I help you? Wait, is everything alright? Is he hurt?
Oh, he's all right. Just blind.
Ah, what a miserable thing. I can't recommend it.
It was some bad drink at the Grinning Balrog that did it.
Nah, I should have known better than to trust something that smelled that bad.
It will be all right, dear one. We just need to get you fixed up. Say, you're a Deeren, yes?
Why do you want to know?
Oh, well, we're Adirans too. Once were, anyway.
A lifetime ago.
Strange to see us living out here in the shantytown, I suppose.
Wait, weird question, but in a world where there was a land of giants, if you bought some of their coins in trade, would it cause huge inflation? Well, that depends on if they used coins or not. You know? I imagine they'd use something different than coins. Like, maybe they'd use, like, the stone wheels. I know there's, like, a Pacific Island, nation that did that. I imagine they'd do something similar. Sounds like you have quite the story to tell.
We came here before most of the rest of the Odirans. Wanted to start our lives over.
No, I had a rough time of it back home. Needed a new start.
You're in good company. That's a tale many here share.
Thing is, my dearest and I have enemies in Adia. Friends of theirs started showing up at the docks.
And then they were crowding all the familiar places of our new home.
Yeah, probably just
Only a matter of time until someone recognized us. So, it's time to move on. Only it's not so easy as just walking out the door.
All right, what do you need?
First off, we need herbs.
Andra's kiss, the apothecary said. I should be able to get these eyes back in shape.
Only the apothecary didn't have any. Said it grows by the Eastern Gorge, overlooking the massive skeleton of some beast. Dangerous place.
I'll see what I can
We'd be
do.
most appreciative, of course.
Oh, I love. Most appreciative.
If it's not too much to ask, we also need to get our land deeds for Thirdborn. We bought them through an Almaua broker in the city, but we haven't been able to get them.
Land deeds? Seriously?
We don't want to show up without shelter and means in Thirdborn. Every bit of money we didn't spend on transport, we put into buying that land.
Right. Except we haven't heard from the broker in weeks.
Everything's already been paid for. He just needed to get the documents in order. If you could get them for us, we'd appreciate it.
Don't worry, I can handle it.
Oh, bless you, Envoy.
I'm taking your money, though. Shimpin' makes me feel good. I did it. I don't know why I wanted to be up here, but we did it. Parkour! Go!
Hello, it is I, Robberboat York, the evil Jack from the future where she became a Dave Rubin ex-liberal disciple. If you don't want a future full of high-level ideas, support her with subs and donos.
Paladin, thank you for the $15 dono and the expanded bit of Riverboat lore. Being built up piece by piece, stream after stream. I, for one, adore it. Battered Solent? I don't know what that means. Solent bears the scars of misfortune. Its dented side suggests it's been dashed against a rock. Okay, quest item.
Ever wish you could move back into Paradise?
Of course. Nothing out here.
Probably someone looking for it.
You take that back. There's some good people here.
Yeah, all getting robbed by the lot.
Has to be a... No offense meant, but I need to keep this area clear. Please step away.
What is a person of means such as yourself doing digging around in the muck?
If you must know, I am searching for an item of great import. Life and death, you might say, if you ask my wife. I seem to have lost my wedding ring down the latrine. It simply must be around here somewhere.
If we find the ring, we'll let you know.
Oh, I would be forever grateful if you found and returned my ring. You would save me from a night in the shed. For sure.
Paladin, imagine Jack with a goatee. You'll never believe what was on my face when I was in high school.
Ah, there you are. Have you found my ring, perhaps?
Is this the ring you're looking for?
Indeed, that's the one. Please, give it to me.
Of course. Here you go.
Thank you so much, my friend. You have no idea the
Is
favor
that
you've
kind
done
of
for
like
me.
the Cody from about
Gods
3
go with
months
you.
into the future that got into conspiracy theories while snowblind?
Indeed, Pluvius, indeed. One and the same. And thank you for the $5 dono.
Little shits! Flying rats! What else are you gonna take?
What?
Stay back! They might circle around. I don't want you to get hurt.
Easy. They're just gulls. What did they take?
They've got my crew's swollen nets. The one treasure I have in this world, but no. I can't even keep that. I've climbed rigging for years. It's not like I can't fetch them myself, but... what if the birds knock me off?
Solanet. Now, what would that look like?
They're medallions, small, nothing valuable. Sailors in my, alliance. Make them to identify themselves.
So you're a pirate?
Former pirate. You can see how well that's going.
I can. I'll be back when I've found them.
You're right. I suppose if you're godlike, a few birds wouldn't scare you. I'd start looking in high places around the shantytown. I don't know why they line their nests with them, but I bet that's where they are.
Hope you're limber.
The premise of the
and
game...
light on your feet. Oh, and don't mind getting pecked.
The premise of the game is that you are, like the Emperor's right-hand man, and you get sent to a colony of the Empire to fix a magical plague that is threatening to overtake the land. And so I'm starting to unravel that mystery. But I also haven't been
Any luck with
everywhere,
the
and
search?
colonialism is doing a real doozy. How many are there
4.
again? Oh, there are 4 of them. God damn it. God damn it. It's fine. I'm not mad. You're mad. Take all the fucking cheese. Give it to. Fuck. There we go. Got it.
Finally, another customer. Come in. Oh, it's you.
Did I come to the wrong place?
No, I'm just not used to seeing people like you. I would have swept if I'd known you were coming.
Don't need to stand on formality on my account.
An unpretentious godlike. The Living Lands really does have everything. Anyway, what are you having?
Serve me up. Give me that raw milk. And that fresh water. And that grog. Mooch noises. Oh. That's two. Maybe this won't be as frustrating as I thought it would be. Now, where do you suppose these two other places would be? These two other thingamadoos. Oh, nope, that's just lighting. That's just a lighting effect. False alarm. False alarm, everyone. Woof. Big jump. Big jump. Big jump. Whoa. Oh, that's interesting. So you can fall through fabric, but it will break your fall. That's cool. I like that. Ah, there's another one. Aha! Come at me, birds. I heard dirt is very valuable on seas. Is it? Why would you do that? Birds aren't real. That's right, they've been tricking you. Birds aren't real. Oh god. Be gone! Bugs! Be gone! I'm still working on that spell. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. We need one more of the eggs. One more of the nests. Shantytown. You'll get map markers even on this quest? Could it be? Could it be so? Oh my god.
The downside of Adir's new arrivals. Paradise doesn't have room for everyone.
Not until it adopts some housing first policies. Oh, there you are, my little Buble. Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Good morgen, Night Whisper. Get over to me. No, no. There we go. Nailed it. Nailed it.
Any luck with the search?
I think I've gotten them all.
Well, not the gods. Thank you. Let me see them.
Here, put them somewhere safe this time.
Don't worry, I will. In fact, you can have mine. It's enchanted. Might be some kind of luck for you.
You do that. Thank you. I need all the luck I can get.
Don't mention it. Just one more thing. All this time, I've been sure this was Helia's doing, but maybe it's just superstition. Do you really think the gods curse us over past mistakes?
I've always assumed the gods have bigger things to worry about.
They do, don't they? You know, it's kind of a relief to think that we're beneath their notice. How'd I ever end up here? The Living Lands was supposed to be about fresh starts and new adventures, but just look at this dump. Thanks for the swollenets. And for taking a weight
Thank you,
off my
Shiandri.
shoulders.
I like my creature lady too. Alright, let's get into this city. What did the bugs ever do? They know what they did.
Nice
They broke
banner,
the
ain't it?
agreement.
I found it on the beach, covered in bird shit. Must have walked. Gods be with you, envoy.
I love you. I love whoever voice acted this little guy. I love him. Just your average banner enthusiast.
Welcome to Paradise, Envoy. The ambassador's expecting you.
Good work out there, Envoy. Only just arrived and you're already the talk of the town. Well, the ambassador ordered me to give you free access to the city. No idea why he's calling the shots all of a sudden, but
That sounds ominous.
anyway, you can go on ahead. The ambassador's expecting you.
Why are you mad at me? What about Inquisitor Ludwin? You said she was looking for me.
Well, she comes and goes. You never know where she'll turn up, and it's never for a good reason. Kind of like a nightmare. Once you're in the city, you'll find the Adiran embassy due north of the gatehouse. Take care, Envoy.
What? No parting words from me after all the time we spent together?
Ugh, shove off, Muttonhead. How's that for a parting word?
She's so hostile.
With talk like that, it's no wonder the Adirans think we need a little civilizing. At least I'm in good company now, right?
Yeah, you're being kind of an asshole. Oh, shit. Roll credits.
You should not be here. You should be free, whole, the blood feeding your veins. Why are you here?
Something tells me I'm not in the lands of the living anymore. Where am I?
A space within emptiness, where the gods live and the dead wait. A cage, a prison. We feel the souls of multitudes, a current beneath the skin of this place. We could dip our hand in once, feel them near us. But now, we are trapped like wasps in amber. But you should be alive.
I'm dead? At least it was quick. I guess it could be worse.
Worse? You died. Someone cut short your span.
Everyone dies.
An arrow broke the skin. It carried poison to your veins. A festering block of corruption spread through the root and sap. It stilled your heart. It silenced the song in your mind.
Hopefully the next life is kinder to me. And to my killer, whoever they are.
They hurt you, but we do not hear rage hissing in you like a serpent. Why?
There's no point in hanging on to anger. All I can do is move on.
Soften. Quiet. You would accept the winter before spring, but you do not understand. Your soul is imprisoned here, as are we.
What?
But we can help you. We could send you back. Just this once.
Okay. There has to be a catch. What's it going to cost me?
We are bound. We are leaf and root. We are stream and sea. Help us. We sense the rot and we fear it. We fear how it seeps into us, into our memories. You must find us, free us from our prison.
You know, I've never come back to life before. Deal. I'll find you. Give me a trail.
Like a scent in the wind, yes. We will show you, but first, we will free you.
Whoever you are, thank you.
You are ours. We tend to the sprout on the bough. Breathe deep. All birth is agony.
Ah, fuck, this is gonna hurt. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, there's There's an oh fuck, arrow wound. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. Oh, Mr. Malachite. That's
You're
great.
awake? Thank the gods. For
I'm glad
a
the
second there, I
postcards are
thought I
still
had a
going for
problem on
Wisconsin
my
round 2.
hands.
Slow down. Ooh. I'm sorry about all the trouble.
You're alive. Somehow. That's what counts.
Glad to see you with us. I was sure you were already on your next trip around the wheel, but I brought you here just in case. If anyone can work a miracle, it's Liviana, though whatever restored you is beyond even her skill.
So, who killed me?
That's what everyone in Paradise is asking. The streets have been less murderous since your ambassador and his guards took up residence. But your assassination is bound to upset that uneasy peace.
There's something I still don't understand. Envoy, you died.
Does this mean my soul is going to awaken to its past lives?
A night of heavy drinking could awaken your soul. Who knows what death could do to it?
What does this mean for her? Should she expect anything else strange? Other than coming back from the dead, I mean.
That depends on a few things. Visions and hallucinations? Likely. Manifestations of past lives? Uncommon, but possible.
Let them keep talking like you aren't even...
Anything she should avoid. Strenuous exercise, hard drink, strong sveff.
Look for patterns. If your friend has any troubling signs, be attentive to what triggers them. This is far beyond my expertise. You should visit Runid, our local watcher. She would know what to make of your strange, stubborn soul.
A watcher can see what's invisible to the likes of us.
You've worked with one before. Good. You have an open mind. A watcher examines the soul down to its very core. I can't think of anyone more qualified for the job.
I'll find the watcher. Just point me in the right direction.
Runid's shop is in the hills to the northeast. A bit of a walk. Just head out of the gate to the east of town and follow the path that curves to the north. It should be perched up in the hills. Oh, but avoid the watcher in Hightown. She's a known charlatan. I'll send word to the ambassador that you survived, but he'll no doubt want to talk to you.
Thank you, Liviana.
Head up the stairs outside my clinic and take a left onto the main road. That'll get you to the embassy.
You've given me a lot of direction.
Apologies. Paradise is a bit of a maze, especially to newcomers.
Don't worry. I know my way around. Which is why I should go with you. Your assassination is bound to have stirred things up.
Not so fast. What's your stake in all of this?
Your troops are going to be on edge until your killer's found, and some of us still have to live here.
Sorry to have dragged you in.
Hey, my schedule was clear. Besides, I don't want this to blow up any more than you do. The sooner we solve your murder, the better for everyone. And we should talk back at camp. I'm hoping you can help me understand what just happened to you.
How would I be able to help you do that?
I had a dream about you.
What?
In my dream, you were surrounded by light, but it was shining from inside. You weren't alone either. There were others. Some of them loved you, others were afraid of you, but they all followed you. Also, there was a tree that... It wasn't a tree? Oh, it made sense at the time. I can't remember anymore. It's a pity dreams aren't made to last. I'll pull through. Liviana's taking good care of me.
You're looking well.
Show me what you got for sale. Health potion. Essence potions. Foraging notes. I bet the ambassador tried to kill me. I'm really ready to just go and blast him.
So, you're that godlike, the Adiran envoy. You're the one who saves the ambassador from the strangle root, right?
You clearly want something from me. What is it?
I'm just trying to help some friends of mine. They're Adirans, but they've had a string of bad luck.
Uh-huh.
Is there any chance you could lend them a hand?
I can try.
Galarde. Loffled and Gladwine came here about 8 years ago, long
Oh.
before the recent rush of Adirans. They admitted to having a checkered past back home, but they started a new life in Paradis. Back then, you'd struggle to find an Adiran in the city. Now they're everywhere. Anyway, with all these Adirans coming in, Loffled and Gladwine started spotting old faces. And if they were spotting old faces, it was only a matter of time before those faces started spotting them back. They're lying low in the shantytown for now, but they mean to leave for Thirdborn.
Adirans in the shantytown. I doubt they're getting a warm welcome. Most of the people there are Paradisans run out by Adir.
They're afraid to go out in public, and Gladwine, poor soul, he's gone blind from bad drink.
They make herbal remedies for such things.
Exactly. And the required herbs grow in the wilds around Paradis. It's a little too dangerous for us ordinary folks, but for the Adiran envoy, for the hero who braved the strangle root, I'm sure it will be no problem.
Ending with flattery is a nice touch.
Agrasima.
I'll see what I can do.
Many thanks, envoy. Oh, there is one more thing they need. Land deeds. They've already paid for them. There's a Rawatayan in the Pearl District, Mako, who was handling the paperwork.
Certainly you could do that part yourself?
No. We had a falling out a while back. It's best if someone else goes.
Noted.
Thank you, envoy. God bless you.
Lot of people asking me for favors.
You died, but you're here. Gods, am I glad to see you. You've got some god looking out for you. None of the clerks believe my story. Still can't believe you're alive.
Adiran custom.
Envoy, hello. I'm glad to see you on your feet. Kai.
Tej.
I'm surprised they let you in here.
I'm surprised you're still gainfully employed.
You two know each other?
I wouldn't say that. He's just curious company for you to keep.
Tie-ins are hardly uncommon in Paradis, or so I'm given to understand.
It's nothing like that. You run into all sorts of characters around here, is all. Some more polite than others.
Have it your way. I won't press you for more.
Very good, Mum. How can I help you?
I was told to meet with the Watcher, but I don't know anything about them. What can you tell me?
I trust whomever told you to consult a Watcher Also told you to avoid the one in the city. She is a liar and a thief.
Oh, did she take your money?
No. Anyway, Watchers are individuals capable of perceiving the soul in either.
Yeah.
By all means.
You're the ambassador's secretary. What's he like?
Well, you'll notice I'm nearly always here. If that man sleeps, I don't know about it. He wouldn't say, but I believe he relied on the Claviger far more than he lets on. And without the Claviger's steady hand at the rudder, the ambassador's struggling just to bail water from the sinking ship that is Paradise.
Claviger Amon might have tolerated a little more chaos than the ambassador liked, but he kept this place humming. He's not someone you can easily replace, and not with one man alone.
It's a difficult job. The pressure sometimes gets the better of him. But if he loses his temper now and then, I can't blame him for it. Better him than me. Should you ever need safe...
Envoy.
Claviger Ammond. I know the blighting of the Strangleroot is a cause for concern, but I must strongly discourage any trade deal that involves buying additional crops from Vior Messiverno. We cannot endorse the blasphemous trade of animancy, much less welcome it to our dinner tables. Ambassador Hilgard.
Is it really you? I can't believe you're alive. When they dragged you to Liviana's clinic, I assumed the worst. How do you feel?
Fine. So who killed me, Ambassador?
Not even death can slow you down, I see. But we'll return to the topic of your untimely demise shortly. Our first order of business is your purpose here in the Living Lands. You said you had a missive for me from the Emperor?
Oh, Snoogan, if you turn off your 18+ settings, like there's like a porn game setting in like the Steam store settings, you can turn that function off. I think it's set to off by default. But I know exactly what you mean. There's so many of them on Steam. You can read the missive, but I'd prefer to hold on to it.
I'm eager to see what our Emperor intends. Now, His Majesty names you a loyal servant of the Adiran Empire, and an extension of the throne's authority. Thank goodness. At least someone understands the gravity of our situation.
The Emperor sent me to investigate the Dream Scourge.
And I can't think of anyone more suited for the job. You've seen how wild the Living Lands has become, both in nature and in politics. Sometimes I think the island has a mind of its own. No sooner had you arrived than you found yourself at the center of our troubles.
You're referring to how I healed Adra in the Strangleroot.
Well, not to mention your abrupt and untimely death. This embassy has no shortage of political foes, but the Dream Scourge is what keeps me up at night. You've seen firsthand what it can do in nature. We can't let it reach the cities.
Assuming it's not already here.
Inquisitor Ludwig thinks the plague is a distraction. She's more concerned about these local rebels fighting against the Empire.
I assume those are the people responsible for my death.
Your instincts do you credit. They were Paradisans once, law-abiding laborers. Now, they're fugitives and oath-breakers hiding amongst the populace.
Are you asking
They've
me to put down a
sabotaged our
union
work,
uprising?
Killed our soldiers, and the final straw attacked you out in the open.
I think I might side with them. They seem to have it out for us specifically, Ambassador. Do you know why?
Something about a labor dispute gone wrong, I think. The Steel Garrote got involved.
I think I'm gonna
and
have
it
to
turned
kill
quite
everyone
ugly.
except for those
A lot
laborers,
of
Chat.
disputes arise because people here have a strong aversion to being told what to do.
I won't lie to you, Envoy. Our position is tenuous. If we can't even defend ourselves, how are we to defend the living lands?
Have you
To
considered
defend
allowing them
it,
to
we
unionize?
must, for the sake of everyone who calls this island home. Inquisitor
Which
Ludwig
side are
demands
you
that someone
on?
hang for the attempt
Which
on your
side
life.
are you on?
These Paradisian rebels must face justice.
Where is this Inquisitor Ludwin I keep hearing about?
Ludwig goes where she likes, haunting the living lands like a vengeful spirit. She'll reappear when she chooses, and not a moment sooner. Let's make sure to give her some good news for a change.
Not many get a chance to solve their own murder, you know. I know someone who could help. A dwarven tracker named Marius. Kith or beast, there's little he can't find. He's staying at the Grinning Ballarok, not far from Liviana's infirmary. We just take the main road east to the market, then head down the stairs and cross the canal. Rough part of town, even by the standards of Paradise.
I'll consider him. Thank you for the recommendation, Kai.
I can tell you're skeptical, but remember that you're an outsider here, and a lot of Kith aren't exactly thrilled to see so many adherents in their midst.
New weeds, a new beast in the tall grass. Predator or mate?
As you've seen firsthand. You could use some local help, especially if we really are after Paradisans.
I suggest you recruit as many allies as you can, but choose carefully. They, like you, will represent the Empire. But before we can send you off to parts unknown, we need assurances from the local healer that you're fully recovered. After all, you survived a brush with death. The health of your body is one thing, the health of your soul is another.
I can figure that out myself. Just point me toward the nearest lab.
I'm sure that a scholar of your prestige is more than capable of self-diagnosis, but time is of the essence. Remember, the assassin is out there. You have the element of surprise. I suggest you use it.
My colleagues at the Imperial Archives are never going to believe.
You'll have tales aplenty, that's for certain. And a long tapestry of battle scars.
What?
We'll talk more of the Dream Scourge when you return. Until then, Envoy.
How about we start with Marius at the Grinning Ballarok? Besides, I could use a drink after all this.
Inquisitor, I've been in the Emerald Stair long enough to confirm our worst suspicions. The people of Fior Mes Infierno care not for the laws of mortals or gods. Animency and folk magic are peddled in defiance of Wodica. Their crimes are innumerable, their way of life intolerable. All is not lost. Politically, they are unstable, too focused on themselves to notice us, our eager hands tightening the garrote. We await your order, your friend in the forest. I must admit, it is proving impossible to build diplomatic relations. Locals have a natural distrust of outsiders, and we have nothing they want. Inquisitor Ludwin believes that time and pressure will prevail. Would that I shared her confidence. Ludwin. Under her gaze, I feel scrutinized down to the bone, picked apart like carrion and stared through by a pair of cold, motionless eyes that have glimpsed too far beyond the veil, reducing me to some depraved pilgrim who prays only for her ossified claws to work their way under my skin, liberating me from this pathetic envelope until at last we are bound together as a skeletal pair, limbs entwined not as two beings but as one. There is no shame in being attracted to power. Nonetheless, I must keep such feelings to myself, lest they be met with revulsion, or worse, enthusiasm. Okay. All right. This guy's horny as fuck. Huh. All right.
I'll keep trying. But there's not much to be done for Fort Northreach.
Okay. I do want to go to the market so I can maybe buy some items. And then I might be done for the night. Can I climb this? No, I can't. That's so sad. Oh wait, it's down here.
I don't think even owners like company.
Oh, no, you don't!
What's that drop?
Just like the good old days.
You were killing spiders in the good old days, Kai? You're just doing some spider hunting, some spider dancing? Finish exploring this little area. Aha! Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. The golden Trump sculpture. Oh god. I try and forget about that, and then sometimes I just remember it apropos of nothing, and it makes me so like weirdly sad. It's so pathetic. And the fact that people don't see that and go, man, that's fucking pathetic, and instead are like, that's fucking awesome, is wild to me. I can't understand it.
Despite the name, the Living Lands isn't an easy place to make a life, but it breeds resourcefulness.
Waterfall treasure? Waterfall secret? Aw, oh, fuck yeah. It's even like a really good secret. Ooh, plus 20% currency when looting coins? Nice. Slowly regenerate health when wet. Fuck yeah. That is an amazing magical item. Holy shit, that's great. That's right, baby. I get more health when I get healthier when I'm wet. if it works with orange juice. Maybe. Oh, is that a secret way to get off the elevator?
Like wine got to do with animancy equipment.
Hide it under the wine and nobody will look for it. Honestly, it's not a bad plan as smuggling operations go.
Ha 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 ha! Cool. I do, however, need to disassemble some of these. Paladin, thank you for the $5 dono.
Quick, talk about a Bara Himbo Yaoi scene. It'll help me heal. BWA.
I genuinely don't know. I'm sorry. Bara Himbo Yaoi scene. I gotta be honest, I'm not super I'm not super familiar with those. Okay. Huzzah! Oh, wait, I missed the joke. I'm sorry. that it's just late. It's late for me, okay?
How did you get in there?
2 guards, wine, and a dead body. There's a story here.
What happened here?
Bon and I caught this man trying to load a crate onto the lift. Turned out he was smuggling animancy equipment.
So
You
we've
can
closed this
use
lift
flintlocks.
down as a precaution.
You can't stop me from using a lift I've already used.
You didn't know it was off limits at the time.
Now you do. We'll never get ahead of these smugglers unless we cut off their routes. In the meantime, sorry, you'll have to go back to the main road.
Did you find anything of note on the body?
Haven't searched him yet. We were only meant to be keeping watch, you understand? You're welcome to take a look if you think you'll find anything useful.
I'll ask you to refrain from using the lift, though.
I'm on important business. I'd appreciate it if you let me through.
Well, since you're the envoy, I suppose we can't stop you.
Yeah.
But if you bring so much as an Audra stone with you, we'll find out.
Niall. Niall. I found myself in need of a third essence generator and another passel of resonance amplifiers. I know it was a bear wrestling the last shipment from our friends in Fjord, but my master there had led me to believe they would have more than they can use and thus can stand to spare a few. Should they make a fuss, I release you to offer them an extra selling for each machine they'll part with. I've included an extra here for you. Walk in the light, Sargamis.
All quiet, envoy. Nothing to report.
I just want to go to the. I want to get to a place where I can camp. Ooh, that looks like an Audra stone. Oh.
Locals call this the Pilgrim's Path, but no one really uses it anymore.
Beyond sync! Beyond sync!
Got him, baby! Okay, this is not the place that I wanted to go. I want to be able to camp somewhere, have a good time, upgrade my equipment. Got things to do.
The so-called godless people.
Each item and each enemy has a quality. Neat.
Disappeared centuries ago, but left plenty of ruins to remember them by.
Beyond sync!
Oh no. Okay, these guys are a little more difficult than I anticipated.
We're set to go! Beyond sync! We're set to go! I'm coming for you!
Oh god.
We're set to go! Beyond sync! We're set to go! We're set to go! We're set to go!
That got sticky.
So I just found out that Steak and Shake has gone full Nazi and I'm genuinely torn up, since I can't sleep. And SNS was the place I generally went at 3 a.m. when I couldn't sleep. Sad BWA noises.
Oh, I'm sorry. When you say they went full Nazi, like what do you mean? Like what does it mean for a Steak and Shake to go full Nazi? Click the link to learn. Interesting color scheme there. America deserves the best. America gets the best when with fries cooked 100% beef tallow. Only available at Steak and Shake. Sayonara, Ronald. And yeah, it really does kind of look like they're using like the logo officially for. Yeah, I'll post this over here, and so you guys in site chat and YouTube chat can see. But like the logo design and the new. Yeah, Nah, the font is definitely a choice. Holy shit. They have apparently deleted it. Yeah, they're also like straight up posting like Elon Musk propaganda and like MAGA hat shit, like genuinely Nazi fucks. All right. I was not expecting that. You know, when you said they've been going full Nazi, I was like, "Oh, you know, maybe it's something else." But nope. Nope, that's full Nazi shit. Yeah, it sucks. It's not even RFK'd. Like, it's like the beef tallow thing is RFK for sure, but like all the rest of it is just like goose-stepping Nazi shit. Wait, what happened? I wasn't paying attention. Oh, Steak and Shake is Nazi posting on Twitter. And like I'm not even exaggerating. For dramatic effect, that's just what they're doing. What's the big deal about beef tallow? See, RFK, Make America Healthy Again, like, wants fries to be fried in beef tallow fats instead of seed oils, because seed oils are the devil. I'm paraphrasing, but only just.
Sometimes we get more contraband coming through here than honest goods.
Hey, so close. But what's the point? It's useless without that Adra. Oh, you are a special one, you are. I thought all the godlikes were taken back, wherever they came from. Don't mean a thing, but
yeah, the Arbit Mock Fries
I'm glad
comment.
to see not all
Yeah.
the gods have abandoned us.
I'm really not trying to attract attention.
Then you might want to get a hood, or a mask, or something. You should know, this place is heading quickly into a swamp of madness. Even the plants and the animals feel it.
What do you mean the plants and animals feel it?
Something is happening here. The plants and the animals are changing. No one knows why, or exactly what's doing it.
Sapiento di Falva, alchemist and dreamer, at your service.
My latest experiment was meant to solve the scourge that has come over the local flora and the fauna, but it wasn't meant to be. I expected my main reagent to be delivered today, but I suppose the gods had other ideas.
A recovery potion, I assume. I imagine the awakened Adra would be difficult to get.
Awakened Adra has already failed me. No, I have the misfortune of requiring luminous Adra for this experiment. The gentlemen who are supposed to acquire my Adra have not delivered it, and they seem to be avoiding me, as if they fear my wrath.
Luminous Adra is very hard to find, unless they could afford to buy some outright.
Which is impossible, yes. I thought so too. But they offered a very sensible deal and swore they had a supplier. Certainly seemed honest to me. My friends must have lied. Or they got the Adra and they lost it. I can't imagine why else they would be acting so strange about it.
A trained animancer might know where to find some luminous Adra. If you know any.
Interesting that you think I'd name names while talking to the newly arrived envoy from Adir. But yes, Adelgund, often by the western gate, she knew some animancers, and she might know something. Hmm?
We'll go speak to Adelgund then.
Ah, yes, that's a great idea, and the one which you came up with completely on your own, if anyone asks. Really, though, any luminous Adra will do. I'm sure there's some out there, somewhere.
Okay.
Step right up. I can tell you need more fire in your life. Or maybe more essence.
I need a better outfit.
Please buy something. I'm trying to prove a point.
Let's see. A many-hued doublet. Beethel's Grimoire. Nice. I'll buy that. Paradisian Ladder. A many-hued doublet.
I knew you. My sister, the blacksmith, she doesn't think this will work out. I say she's wrong. Why keep a dagger under your pillow when you can use a ward stone instead?
A dagger is all well and good until your enemy summons a fireball.
See? You understand? It's not cheating. It's being prepared.
I'm gonna buy this many-hued doublet so I can finally stop wearing this accursed raiment. That is many-hued as fuck. I'm gonna have enough to actually upgrade my wand again. Wait. Got a point to level up. here in Duckburg. Going to open up my perception here in Duckburg. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So I could unlock Siphon, which sounds pretty cool. I'm gonna put a point into Grimoire Mastery, though. There we go.
You there? Are you just going to stand there and gawk at that body all day?
You, what are you doing? This is a crime scene.
Damn it, Envoy.
Huh? I've seen worse. We'll get to the bottom of this.
You don't need the murder weapon.
I wouldn't go up there, stranger. That's Sparrowhawk territory.
Adirans ain't welcome around the Pearl District. Mind yourself.
Okay. Not too worried. I'm something of a badass.
Smile, and you break it, you buy it. Wonder who he crossed. Doesn't take much. Those are the papers the Adiran refugees are waiting for.
Yep. All right. Mission accomplished. Wow, look at this guy. He's huge.
Best watch your step around here, Envoy.
Oh my
This
God.
is my district. So, the puny godkin wishes to speak.
Look
with
at
the
him. He's
great
huge.
Thala.
Jabertus,
You
we're playing
and your countrymen are
Avowed.
not welcome in this district. My district. Is that clear?
Then why let me walk around here at all?
Not being welcome here doesn't mean you aren't tolerated. We're not fools enough to attack you or your kin unprovoked. I would be lying if I said I wasn't just waiting for the opportunity to crush you into the ground. One little slip in my district, Imperial Lapdog, and it'll be the last you ever make.
I'll make sure not to slip then.
Easier said than done, little godkin. The streets of Paradis are slick with blood. Now be gone. Thala tires of your yammering.
Whatever a man wins at cards, he's bound to lose it here.
Oh, sorry, hun. I'm on my break.
You're the talk of the town, Envoy. Everyone wants to meet you.
That's because I'm pretty cool. I imagine they want to meet you too. Is that Juana Jasmine perfume?
Good knows. Hope you don't stick it in politics. They don't like envoys around here.
Considering the welcome I got, I'm more worried about them.
That's right. They did murder you. It was a misunderstanding, I'm sure.
Oh, I'm sure. I bet you hear all kinds of things in here. What can you tell me about Paradis?
Juliana knows enough dirt to run half of Paradis out of town.
He makes me out to be such a gossip. What do you want to know?
How actually does Paradis govern itself?
It doesn't most of the time. The Claviger meant well. It's a shame he couldn't see it through. Your ambassador thinks he's going to make the place respectable.
He's not my ambassador, particularly.
What a coincidence. He isn't mine either. Now, if you've come to avail yourself, I'm sorry. We're closed. I'm out of some supplies that should have been here days ago. I'd hunt them down myself, but I don't have a firm enough hand. I need someone with more authority. Someone, well, someone like you.
Curse my willingness to help those in need, and also curse my willingness to help sex workers do their trade. Supplies. That's specific.
Come now, a lady has to have some secrets.
Understood. I won't pry.
I had a feeling we'd get along. The local strongmen, the Sparrowhawks, got a hold of the shipment. They must have thought it looked valuable. Unfortunately, they were right.
The Sparrowhawks used to be bullies. Now that Adair swept them into this neighborhood, they're bullies with a chip on their shoulder.
Happy
Shipment
birthday,
or
Johnny
not,
Ramo.
it's about time someone took them down a peg.
I'm not afraid of a gang. Let me handle it.
Aren't you amenable? I knew you'd be the right one for the job.
I also just want to kick
Go
that
to the
guy's
docks.
ass.
Their lieutenant runs one of the warehouses there. He'll probably keep it close.
I warn you, they may not let me take it quietly.
I leave that up to you. Just don't mention I hired you. I have a reputation to maintain.
Noted. Oh, that place. Where, like, the guys are just lingering outside. I have unspent ability points. Oh. Alright. Might as well just make his gun blast actually effective.
Boys. We've got company. Shove off. We got nothing for adherence here.
Jago, don't you ever get tired of offending people?
You're not much of a diplomat, are you?
I've got diplomacy for you. It's called my foot to your face. Time was, people in Paradis used to have principles. Principles like get what's mine and keep yourself to yourself. Then you came and memories got short about that sort of thing. But the Sparrowhawks, we remember.
And you fought your way to the top of the heap. Is that it?
It's not much of a heap, but it's more than you can say for yourself. The Emperor's favorite envoy. Killed as soon as she shows up. Not your finest hour.
And you'll also know I came to clean Paradis up.
Seems you haven't learned how things work in this city yet. Keep your nose out of our business. You can have that one for free.
I hear you have something valuable. Something meant for the bathhouse.
Keep your voice down.
Hand it over and I'll leave the Sparrowhawks alone.
I haven't got it.
I'd hate for the authorities to find the stolen goods you do have.
Nosy, aren't we? Alright, but listen close. I'm not gonna repeat myself. The day I got it, I saw Ludwig's men sniffing round the docks. Now, they didn't cross my path, but I don't believe in coincidences. That shipment is cursed, and dealing with you numbskulls is one thing. But the Garrote? That's another.
It's an animancy component. If you break it, you'll blow yourself sky high.
What? Well, how do you... Why does a bathhouse need something like that?
It's actually fascinating. You see, when your soul is attuned and the wind blows...
Look, fine. Just take the damn thing and don't drop it. You hear?
Someone has tampered with the crate, and the lockbox inside falls open to reveal sachets of woodsy, bracing-smelling herbs. The scent identifies them as Hylia's parsley, common to the Adira mainland. Small doses can prevent a pregnancy. A large dose can end one. Hell yeah, let's get some birth control for that brothel. Let's go! That's right, ladies. You use that bodily autonomy. All right, however you see fit. I did say I was gonna end an hour ago, and then I kept playing this Vimeo game because I'm having fun. But I am gonna be done after I finish this quest. Vimeo games. Let's help that bathhouse lady. Actually, we'll do that next time we play a VAD. I gotta get some sleep because I gotta get up early today. Brett. We'll do a little conversation with our good friend here. Oh, it requires so much money. So much fucking money. Oh my god. All right. I can enchant this weapon. It's neat. Not going to do that, but it's nice to know I can.
Listen, this is something I never thought I'd have to ask, but can we talk about you coming back from the dead?
You were there. What did you see?
I saw you take an arrow to the gut and collapse. Your skin went cold and you stopped moving. It happened fast. By the time I got you to Liviana's, I don't think you had a pulse. You certainly weren't breathing. You must have spent 20 minutes as a corpse on one of her cots before you just came back. What did you see while you were gone? What do you remember?
My soul traveled through the beyond. Part of it, anyway.
The beyond. That's the realm of the gods, of souls.
It was a very, very strange place.
I can't imagine otherwise. What did you see there?
I finally encountered someone.
Wait. Someone? Who was it? Or what was it?
No idea, but it didn't seem like Bareth.
Agreed. Bareth guides souls through the beyond. They aren't trying to escape it. I hope. So, someone is reaching out to you from the beyond. They saved you from death, and now they want you to free them from wherever they are. Do you trust them?
Do I trust a mysterious force that can speak into my mind and redirect my soul? No, Kai. Not at all.
Fair point. Though they seem to have done you a favor in this instance. Well, even in the land of the strange, you have had the strangest experience I've ever heard of, and you haven't even left Dawnshore. That's quite a feat.
Thanks.
You're welcome. So, this whole time you were in the beyond, and then you were just sent back.
There's something you want to ask. Just ask.
Do you think there's a way to bring people back from the dead?
Animancers have tried to unlock the secrets of the soul for centuries. No one's found a way to do that, Kai.
That doesn't stop them from trying, I guess. Still, thanks for humoring me. By the way, now that we've gotten to know each other, let me know if you want to train together. I've been watching your form, and I think we could learn from one another.
You mentioned training together?
Yeah, I've watched your form as I've gotten to know you, and it's excellent. You're smaller than I am, but I picked up a few tricks from seeing the way you move on the battlefield. I'm happy to return the favor if there's anything I can teach you.
Teach me a little bit of everything. I'm a fast learner.
I've noticed. That's it. You got the hang of it. I look forward to seeing what you can do when we get back out there tomorrow. In the meantime, get some rest.
Oh, damn. Got some might and constitution. Let's go! Alright. And now, time to rest. What is this about, so that U.S. African Development Agency, they've got the White House in a tizzy? Good. Trump White House has taken its attempt to seize direct control over the entire executive branch to a new level and laid out a startling legal rationale for the move in a previously unreported email obtained by the Talking Points memo. If successful, Trump would be making a dramatic end run around the Senate's advice and consent power for certain appointed positions. That's very interesting. They're basically trying to argue that Donald Trump has full authority over appointing heads of different federal agency heads unilaterally, despite constitutionally needing the Senate to confirm them, I believe. I don't know how much water that's going to hold up in court. And Joseph O'Connell, a professor at Stanford Law School, called the argument so much more of an executive power claim than a lot of what they've done. Why have a confirmations process, she told Talking Points memo. We wouldn't need a confirmations process, and that's written into the Constitution. Yeah, I don't like this is literally directly countermanding the Constitution. To Nicholas Bednar, an associate professor of law at the University of Minnesota Law School, Trump's assertion marks a break with both tradition and bedrock legal principles. Here, what you have is a president who's saying, well, the position's vacant, so I'm allowed to temporarily appoint someone to that position without advice and consent of the Senate. But that's not how this works. It would effectively just be a runaround on Congress's ability to check who the president wants in office. I don't know. Are the president's lawyers like speed running disbarment? That's kind of what it feels like to me. Like, if you're willing to go into court and argue something like this, you do not understand US law enough to practice it. Or you're too dishonest to practice it. Why would he even do this? Well, remember the U.S. African Development Foundation and how they were basically telling Trump's goons to fuck off and to like go through the proper channels in Congress. He's real big mad about that. He's big mad about that. He's big fucking mad about it. And so they're trying to assert that they have rights and powers that directly contradict the Constitution. The email that that Talking Points memo obtained specifically names USADF. More agencies need to oppose him like that. I'm telling you, it's crazy effective. He just wants to skip the proper channels. Yeah, no judge would actually side with this. Like, I know that the Supreme Court is conservative, but I think even like the Supreme Court would be like, nah, bro, what are you doing? Folks, I've had a really good night. Thanks for letting me do a little chill stream. I know it doesn't bring in as many viewers, but I hope you guys who stuck around enjoyed it. Had a bit more of a relaxing time. And I'm going to start getting ready to go to bed. Bye, everybody. Remember to like the stream and also drop those subs and donos on the way out. Bye!
your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Where she streams all that content is bursting seams, politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, Riverboat